Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the second session of the day. Tonight, of course, Group B gets underway, but this afternoon all eyes were on Group C. And after 15 games played, it's Josh McCarthy who leads the way at the top of the table, currently on 8 points. So before we tuck into tonight's session, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded. Here's Henry with the highlights.
There was a couple of close shaves, but Carl Wilkinson just couldn't quite cut the sword on day 4 here at the Super Series, though he did have a brilliant 140 finish against Danny Lauby. As for Jack Main, there was 2 wins from his 5 games today. He is still very much in the race for a finals night spot come tomorrow. Moreno Blom provided some magic. He provided us with a ton-plus average in his game against Josh McCarthy. He finds himself on 6 points and very much in the hunt. He's one of 3 players on 6 points and +2 in the leg difference category, marked upwards exactly the same. He provides with this 164 in the last game against Jack Main, which saw him onto that mark. As for Danny Lauby, he lost his opening 2 matches but came back to win the last 3 and did so with some stratospherically consistent darts. But it was Josh McCarthy, the man to beat on day 1. He won 4 out of his 5 matches and was only beaten by that ton-topper by Moreno Blom. He looks in very good stead on his Super Series return.
Yeah, Josh McCarthy, as we mentioned earlier, learned a lot, taken a lot of positives from his first time here at the Super Series. We can have a little look at the league standings. As Henry mentioned, very congested at the top of the table. I'm going to give you the lovely task, Chris Mason. Pick your 2 to come through that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I like the look of Josh McCarthy today. He was, if not spectacular, very, very solid and very reliable. But a mixed bag for the next 3. We've seen some great stuff, especially from Moreno Blom, who popped in with that 102 average. Some lovely finishing, lots of 180s from Dubby. But what really impressed me was Lauby. Lost his opening 2 games, stayed steady, stuck to the task, reeled off 3 on the spin, and ended up in 2nd position. But it couldn't be any tighter, could it? 6 points, 3 players, +2, only separated really by Josh McCarthy at the top. Bit of a disaster for Carl Wilkinson and a big day for him tomorrow. I think he's out of contention, but with some of the darts we've seen from him today, could be a bit of a spoiler.
Yeah, back-to-back defeats to start the day for Danny Lauby. Then he took out that 83 on the bull when 3-1 down against Carl Wilkinson. That could end up being one of the most significant checkouts of this week's action. Let's have a look at some of the numbers from this morning's session. Then when you cast your eye over that, what really stands out for you?
The 164 from Dubby, really, especially the timing of it. He needed it. It was in a real competitive game. And, of course, that 102 average from Blom. We've seen some up and down stuff from him. And I had a brief chat with him. I said, how do you think it's gone? And he literally looked at me and sort of gave the expression of just up and down. And that's where he's been. But he's a dangerous player. Again, low on the running average for the day, only 84, 87. I expect that, like we've seen in Group A across Tuesday and Wednesday, that to inflate tomorrow, and it'll have to.
Yeah, Blom certainly played more like the player who won the Hungarian Classic last year, of course. But let's turn our attentions then to Group B and have a look at some of the betting odds for this evening's session. I'm sure you've been picking out a few of them yourself. Andy Jenkins at 8-1. Does that surprise you at all?
Yeah, it does, on the back of playing in the seniors. And, of course, for that seniors, he'd have practiced hard for that and put in a lot of preparation for it. As we've seen from Mark today, though, it took a while for him to get going and up to speed. But once he got there, he looked rock solid. Not surprised for Jared Cole being out on top, and Hogan, 2nd favourite for this one. Vastly experienced. Well, Paul Hogan's definitely vastly experienced and plenty of experience here, but that's more to do with the way Cole played across Tuesday and Wednesday. I don't mind Dob Taylor or Ryan Furness at 7-2 or 4-1. Ryan Furness played very, very well in his early stages of Super Series life. Went off the ball a little bit, but I've been watching him down in the practice room. Looking good. Yeah,
let's have a look then at some of your picks for this evening's session. Just run us through what you've gone for to get that treble of 4.75 to 1.
Yeah, I think because Jared Cole's played the opening 3 days of the event, he'll come into this warmed to the task, and we actually seen that across Tuesday and Wednesday. I think I'll take Ryan. He's coming in cold. He's not played across Group A at all, so I think early doors, I think that might be one for Cole. I think, again, Cole will produce in match 2. I think that's sort of the middle stages of the sessions is where he produces his best starts. And again, the same reason going for Taylor at evens. He tends to play better as the session goes on.
So if Jared Cole does get off to a slow start today, we certainly know who the man is to blame. But just a quick one on Dom Taylor, because when we spoke to him on Wednesday after the session had finished, he spoke a little bit about how whilst he was playing, he was also thinking about, have I done enough to get another invite back here, even if I don't make it through to finals night? How much do you think that plays on a player's mind when they're up there?
Yeah, I think when we speak to a lot of the younger players, it's something they're very conscious of, because they often try too hard to really produce and impress and hope to get that invite back. And listen, ultimately, they're here for a reason. He's came through the ADC qualification system. It's not like he's been gifted an invite. And so far, he'll be definitely be back. And
he's up first, taking on Andy Jenkins. How do you see this one unfolding?
Yeah, again, it's a tough one. Jenks is coming in cold. We've seen it with Dubby today. And I think he could catch Andy cold here, but you never know with Andy. You never know. He's like a box of chocolates, isn't he? You just don't know what you're going to get.
He most certainly is. Right then, let's tuck into our first match of this Group B session and hand over to Henry to guide you through it.
Thank you, Abby. Oh, here we are, and here we are, and here we go. All aboard as we begin Group B today, and here we go. Rocky is throwing on the board as he takes on Dom the Dom. Dom Taylor, who came so close to clinching success in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He was derailed by the rallying Yellow Klassen towards the latter ends of proceedings. Andy Jenkins, the 51-year-old king of caution, we recently saw him in Purfleet, should I say, for the World Seniors Championship, where he was deposed by the eventual runner-up in Richie Housen. He's in good form over the last 6 months or so.
Game on.
Danny McNamara is our referee for the evening's action as the hometown favourite gets the action for the evening underway. And what do we expect from Andy Jenkins in this group, Chris Mason?
I'm not sure he knows, so we certainly have no clue. But like I said, it's always tough when you come in on that Thursday as the new player, because ultimately you're going to come across someone who's been in Group A, and you know, it could have worked out. He could have been playing Hogan or Ryan Furness first, but as it is, he's up against a guy who produced some really good stuff across 3 days. Second in Group A, of course, only narrowly edged out by eventual Group A winner Yellow Klassen.
100.
And the thing is, Dom Taylor will go into this very confident. And it's down to Andy just to try and diffuse that confidence. And this is a bright start from Jenks. Sticking with the glasses, he wore them at the tavern. I know Karen will be at home saying, just keep with the glasses. But it was a great moment in the tavern when he was in all sorts of trouble and produced a fabulous 1-4-2 finish, which raised the roof at the tavern. 61 remaining. Could go 25, could go 45.
90.
Well, should be back, all barring a monster from Dom Taylor. Shots on. Ball. And he had been very good on the button, hadn't he, across Group A?
Actually finished Group A off with a 155 on the ball. It was the biggest finish we saw in Group A. We saved the best till last. Andy Jenkins will be hoping that's just the beginning of his brilliance.
That's a very tidy opening leg from Andy Jenkins, 14 darter.
To throw first. Game on.
Things underway in some style.
$99. 60.
As for Dom, he's kept his eye, and he actually played in a local competition last night.
The Phoenix one? How did he get on?
60.
He beat Yellow Klassen in the first round. Now,
what a horrible draw.
Listen to the plate. The final of the plate was Yellow Klassen against Andy Jenkins.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine losing in the first round thinking, I might get a chance of winning something here in the plate, and then you see Yellow Klassen and Andy Jenkins drop in.
Wowzers. Do you know who won the main?
Moreno
60.
Blom beat Simon Whitlock, I believe.
Wow. Fair play. That's dedication for you.
I think four
Well,
players played in it.
140.
And well, it's certainly done Moreno a lot of good. Sometimes just get out in a different environment. It's a lovely little tournament. That it starts at, I think it starts around 7:30 and it's over fairly quickly. But it's a big field and a quality field.
100.
I had a lovely time down there a couple of months ago when I went down.
You won't be surprised to know that my record in that competition is played one, lost one. But I did
59.
win a couple of legs.
Good for you. It's got to start somewhere. Tom Taylor's throw and just under a tiny bit of pressure.
100. And you require
Lovely last one.
146.
Yeah, double 13. Opposite side of the board of that 142 I mentioned.
133.
And he hit against Richie Howson.
Dom, you require 82.
Occasion it was double 11 on the 142. 25 leaves 57. That leaves tops for a level game.
62. And you require 13.
He was just looking for a bit more purchase there. As you could see with his facial reaction, he was saying the words, "Get up."
Well, of all the players that shouldn't be low, it's Tom Taylor.
11.
He is 6'7".
Dom, you require 20.
There's your view. Wondering about the Premier League. I do believe it's MVG versus Gezi Price in the final.
It's all right, isn't it?
Game shot of the second leg, Dom Taylor.
He's just squeaked one there, but he'll take it. Yeah, we'll keep you up to speed with the Premier League
Third leg, Andy to throw first.
final.
Game on.
As it's happening. No need to touch that dial, as they say.
55.
Same tomorrow, of course. The very first Euro Tour of the season gets underway. The 98th Euro Tour, dating all the way back to 2012. And incredibly,
140.
opening 8 Euro Tours, there was 8 different winners.
What a great evolution that's been for the
100.
sport.
Staggering, absolutely staggering. Tomorrow's thrown up some crackers, no more so than Barneveld against Wade. But yeah, as that's happening across the course of
100.
the afternoon, whilst we're still on air with the completion of Group C, which gets underway at 9:30, we'll keep you up to speed, as we will tomorrow night.
I've actually been reliably misinformed because apparently it was
137.
Dom who made that final against Moreno.
Oh, right.
We start spreading the rumours of fake news.
100.
And Tom Taylor beat Jelle Klaassen in that tournament first round. So he's beaten him 4 times this week. I don't
He's
think
fed
he's
up
on the
with him, isn't he?
Christmas card list, is he?
41.
He can keep him. He's hit him that
Dom, you require
hit
100.
him so many times. Well, that was a bit of a mistake from Jenks, because he's allowed Tom Taylor 6 darts at 161 for a break, a throw and a 2-1 lead. But still needs to find something. Well,
46.
not been punished. A reprieve for Rocky.
60. Dom, you require 115.
Those players still averaging over 90. Yeah, I don't mind that shot on 115, actually. Certainly seen
79. And you
worse
require
attempts.
108.
Old school for Jenks. May go 48 tops. No, like the line.
60. Dom, you require 36.
And you will see from Andy, if he likes the line, he will not deviate, even if it means a different double.
27.
Well, so
And
far
you
this
require
one
48.
has been about missed opportunities. Either of these players could be in control, but it's Andy who leads with that 20 dart hold.
Fourth leg Dom to throw
2-1.
first. Game on.
But both have been guilty of missing opportunities. 1 from 8 on the doubles for Dom. 2 from 5 for Jenks, a little better.
140.
Dom knows he's playing to a high enough standard to create these opportunities.
140.
And it was interesting to see when Andy won that leg. It's that little show of emotion. It's just felt, despite we've seen some good scoring at times, it's just felt a little bit flat the first 3 legs. And maybe that's just his way of trying to get a G up, try and get a little bit of a
100.
blood pumping through the system, the adrenaline flowing, the adrenaline going. Because he is that sort of player that feeds off it.
42.
Yeah, well, you go from that quite friendly environment of the practice room where it's all niceties, and you step on that stage and there's no friends up there. You've got to completely switch off from that and switch on to dart player mode.
131.
Mind you, how quiet is that practice room now Jenks is on stage?
130.
Leading the conversation as ever, Andy Jenkins.
130.
A slightly different dynamic now, isn't it? That's in, it is in. Doesn't need to go for the ball, of course.
98.
Sensibly leaving 32 after 12. Nothing Jenks can do back on 184 apart from apply a bit of pressure, and he knows
54.
Dom's had a bit of a
32.
wobble on the outside ring so far.
Game shot of the fourth leg, Dom
Not this
Taylor.
time. Beautiful 13 darter. Best leg of the match so far from Dom Taylor.
Fifth leg, Andy to throw first.
Maybe just
Game on.
coming up to the boil now, midway through this game, 2 apiece. The averages are 92 at 87, but sometimes the stats can flatter to deceive at times, and maybe in this one it
96.
has just done just that. You just still feel like there's extra gears that both players feel they can go through at the minute.
Well, the middle of that sort of opening 4-leg spell is why the averages are down,
60.
because either side of it was a 14 darter from Jenks and a 13 darter from Dom. But in that legs 2 and 3, sandwiched in between, was where it was all the missed doubles.
68.
Right, I've just joined us. The other 3 players in this group are Ryan Furness, Jared Cole and Paul Hogan.
Yeah, our fixtures for this evening as
190.
finds the first max of the match, and what a time to get it. Leg 5 when you're against the throw is never a bad time. Yeah, up next, Ryan Furness against Jared Cole, followed by Paul Hogan and Andy Jenkins. 5-player filled Group B, of course, as always. All the matches best of 7, 2 points for a win. And it's the top 3
97.
come tomorrow evening that progress and join Yellow Crescent, the winner of Group A, in Saturday night's final. And it'll be the top 2 from a very tight
140.
Group C,
Dummy
which will
require
conclude
164.
kicking off at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Just enough time for us to,
Shut our eyes.
yeah.
59. And it
Good.
requires 63.
Sleep's overrated anyway. 63 for Jenks, possible 14 darter, double 12, double 6.
Game shot of the fifth leg, Andy Jenkins.
Oh, despite the max from Dom, it's a 15 dart hold.
Sixth leg Dom
Jenks
to throw first. Game on.
goes within 1 of picking up a very valuable 2 points. Because I can see Dom Taylor causing
99.
this group all sorts of trouble over the next 2 evenings.
I feel like there's a common consensus, at least within the
100.
commentary box, that we feel both Dom and Jared stand very good chances based on what they've seen at times on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
What I really like about Tom Taylor, we've seen every emotion from him in terms of
140.
games he should have lost and games he should have won, and he sticks to his guns. He's got no quit in him.
And what I also like is no matter what's
43.
happened, he's got a very laissez-faire attitude about him.
Yeah, he's got the perfect attitude, one that will hold him in good stead going forward. Like I say, technically, very little wrong with it.
82.
You see why he was on the cusp of a tour card at the beginning of the year.
Yep. He was right in the mix, wasn't he?
100.
And of course, he's had massive success on the Dev Tour. Now just a little bit too old for that, isn't he?
Has qualified for the UK Open, though, via those particular spots. We have 7 players who played in this
58.
series playing at the UK Open next week.
Yeah, almost a local one for Dom. Not too far. Bristol to Minehead. The same for me from down in Tivy to Minehead, I suppose. Well, I'm a little bit closer.
Dom, you require 122.
In fact, we'll see both of these players play at the UK Open.
Yeah. May see them playing each other in round 1.
Can happen. It's an open draw. In fact, the biggest shock out of players in this group that's not the UK Open is Paul
54.
Hogan, Mr.
Well,
UK Open.
Mr. UK Open himself, yeah. Always tends to find a route through the Riley's qualifiers. Not this year. But this looks like it's going to a decider.
41. Dom, you requires 68.
To send us the distance.
Game shot of the 6 leg. Dom
And the distance
Taylor.
we go. Really quite fitting with the passages of play that we've seen in this match. So we go to a 7th deciding leg. No
7th
players
and
really
final leg, Andy
dominated.
to throw first. Game on.
And both players really over the first 6 legs have cancelled each other out. But someone's going to have to get the job done in this leg and seal the first 2 points of Group B.
58.
Yeah, I think 3-all's pretty much bang on the money for me. I think they're both be in agreement to it. 3-3's about right. But look at this for a start. Against the throw.
140.
140 feels like a 180 in a deciding leg.
Luckily for us, we don't have scorecards in darts.
85.
Hey, not just for the thrower, but the one on the receiving end, it feels like a 180 because he's effectively now stolen the darts.
$100.
Tried to crash that final dart in. Took a bit of a deflection. Jenks on the back foot.
60.
Too many troublous visits in this deciding leg so far. 37 points the lead plus these.
I know it's only the first match of the group, but does this feel like a bigger 2 points at this early stage for Andy Jenkins than it does Dom Taylor?
I believe
81.
so. And just for the mentality going forward, we know Taylor
60.
won't be too perturbed if he's defeated. He gets it out of his mind very quickly. He's not looking like he's going to be defeated here. He will not be
60.
denied. Still 118 in front, minus these. Jenks needs a 2-treble visit to really pressure the 120.
That first dart was inviting.
140.
And that top 14
Dom
may have
Maguire,
just changed the tide a little
120.
bit as Dom Taylor goes for the Shanghai for the match. Up the ladder. To the top of the tower.
Game
to the
shot
Rivering
on the
Heights.
match, Dom Taylor.
And Dom Taylor seals the first 2 points of Group B, getting the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs of 3 in a nip and tuck, a to and fro encounter. Taylor, who a lot of people are putting money on to get out of this group and to get into Saturday night's final, has got his campaign off to the perfect start. 92.5 average, 1 maximum to his name, 4 out of 11. He'd say the best finish till last, that Shanghai 120 finish to get the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 3. After the break, Ryan Furness takes on Jared Cole, and do not adjust your set when you see the playing shirt of Ryan Furness.
Right then, Ryan Furness, or is it Chris Mason with that shirt up next against Jared Cole? Cole actually survived match darts against Henry Deacon yesterday afternoon, 2 at double 18, and I believe he may have even pulled out of Group B had his confidence suffered a blow of that size. But thankfully for us, he survived and is ready to get his Group B campaign underway. Ryan Furness, we can take a little look at his stats from previous visits to the Super Series. As you can see, 65 matches won, 73 lost, but he's been quite convincing on the outer ring, a checkout percentage of 32.5 over his games played here at the Super Series. This pair did meet at Q School back in 2022. Cole coming through in a decider on that occasion, with both averaging in the mid-80s. We have, of course, seen Cole in action this week. He finished third in Group A, winning 4 of his 5 matches on Wednesday. And if he can continue that form, that level into tonight's play, he'll fancy his chances of making it through to finals night. Let's get into this one then and hand back to Henry and Mace to talk you through it.
Thank you, Abby, and very, very predictable. I thought you'd approve, little Miss Flower Power. I could just see you in a dress like that. In fact, a belt around it, and it probably could do as a dress.
Well, by royal appointment, the king of the castle has come to see the floral display. Jared Cole takes on Ryan Furness. He had a good day yesterday. Won 4 out of 5. Lost out to Dom Taylor in the final match. He did have some hairs and scares along the way on the hockey yesterday.
Very popular with royalty, isn't it, the flower show?
Very popular. Her Majesty, I believe, went there every year, didn't she?
Yeah. A keen
First leg,
botanist.
Ryan to throw first.
Not
Indeed,
bad, is
yeah.
it? Eh?
Botany. You know what we're going to expect from Jared Cole. Perhaps the question mark is what we're going to see from Ryan Furness in this group.
Very impressive, though, his running average over those amount of games here, approaching 88.
60.
Very, very tidy indeed from Ryan Furness. So that just shows you what he is capable of. Like I said, I had a good 10 minutes in the practice room, just watching and having a look, see where his game is right now, and he looked okay. Who else is looking okay at the moment? MVG
129.
Leading Jesse Price right now.
27.
I do have to ask the question, Chris. Is it a yes or no, the shirt?
Oh, it's a yes from me. Absolutely.
134.
Oh, Pricey's just produced a... Well, we've seen a 140 from Carl Wilkinson today. Trouble 20 top stops. Just seen a ton from Gezi. 20 top stops to level things up.
Both players with solid enough starts to this opening leg.
81.
Jared leaving 97 after 12.
And again, very much like you were discussing with regards to Dom Taylor, you'd think for Ryan, it's almost imperative for him to make a positive
97.
start to the night.
$77. Ryan, you require 54.
Furness here with throw should theoretically get 2 darts at tops here to seal the opening leg, and that is exactly what he's going to get. He makes sure of the single. We haven't seen that mopped up at times this week.
34.
We're not going to see the 54 mopped up.
Seen a few doubles instead of singles, haven't we? Players have just been trying to make sure. Now this is really awkward. Now it's, well, he's got to go right and high. Yeah, there's nothing you can see to the left.
Good luck, mate. That'd be the sort of
10.
shot that was.
Ryan, you require 20.
You found a way in from there. As Les Dennis would say, I'll give you the car myself. It wasn't quite Furness on Furness, but it's the opening leg on the board.
Yeah, that will be an early nerve settler for Ryan Furness.
Second leg, Jared to throw
Man
first.
from Salisbury.
On. 140.
Yes, who plays with a Paul
43.
Nicholson dart. Well, back in his heyday.
He does, and he's the only set he's got, and he's been actively trying to hunt down an old set. I think they were the Gen 1 unicorn
43.
Paul Nicholson darts, I do believe. So if you've got a set out there lying around in your junk drawer, we've all got one of those, haven't we?
Less said, the better.
Yeah, I've got one of those, about 20 sets of darts, and I can't throw any of them.
I know there are places where you can recreate the dart, but it's not the same, is it?
No, the composite of the materials are just, it's the blank that they start with that's all important in terms of the center of gravity and the balance of the dart.
134.
Now, this is actually the second leg
60.
of my predictions. Henna's highlights. In the first game, I had Don Taylor, highest checkout against Andy
96.
Jenkins at 5-6. That's come in. Now, I had Jared Cole to win this under 1.5 legs at 5-4.
So back to Jared in the handicap.
100.
Indeed.
Ryan, you require 112.
So he has to win 4-2 or better. Shout that.
Game shot of the second leg, Ryan Furness.
But under, so you got to win. So you'd have to be margin like 4-3.
Yeah. All right, okay, you did it the other way. I'm with you.
Per leg, Ryan to throw first.
Oh, that was a better
Game on.
leg, and it was a breaker throw for Ryan. Some finesse. From
140.
Furness.
Finesse in the flowery shirt is beginning to blossom here at the Live Lounge.
85.
He's coming into spring.
I can't wait for that.
140.
We have the shorts on in the comments box,
I
won't
say,
we?
well, we'll probably have the most glorious summer. It's the first time in about 10 years I've not owned a convertible.
190.
First max of the match belongs to Jared Cole. Needed to as well at this particular moment in time.
105.
And he's just beginning to get away from him as Ryan Furness leaves himself 116 after 9 for a 3-0 lead. But have a look at this for a bit of a rally. That's back to back.
190. Ryan, you require 116.
118th, 180 of the week.
Game shot of the
And it
third leg,
mattered
Ryan
not,
Furness.
because that's a 12 dart hold with a 1-1-6 out for Ryan Furness. And he
Fourth
has
leg,
got
to
Jared
throw
Cole
first. Game
in
on.
a whole world of trouble.
An impeccable passage of play from the pair.
46.
Glad you said that.
I won't be trying that at 1 in the morning, don't worry.
Kezzy Price now leads MVG 5-2.
38.
The woes continue for the Green Machine.
134. 60.
He's had one too many just drift either side, hasn't he, in this game, Jared?
123.
Well, he was conscious of the treble 5, wasn't he? It's almost like, because that was an issue across Monday and halfway through Tuesday. And a little bit, I suppose, on Wednesday.
140.
But he was conscious of it. And right now, he's sort of made an over-adjustment.
96.
First to a finish, but what pressure can Furness apply? Well, that's not a bad way to begin asserting yourself.
89.
Yeah,
Jared
he won't be
require
too concerned here.
102.
It's only a leg on throw for Jared. And Furness with a massive insurance policy here, being 3-0 up.
62. 57. Jared, you require 40.
For chalk on the board.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Jared Cole.
Got there in the end, didn't he? Could see by the reaction he was thinking, where were the first two going? But it is.
Fifth leg, Ryan to throw first.
A hold.
Game on.
Coming in 18 in the end.
This is the leg for Furness. This is the one where he has the darts.
46.
He is going to get a couple of opportunities if he so needs it to win this game with the throw, because if it does go to a 7th and deciding leg, he will have the darts in it. We have a look at the side-on angle of the actions of the two players.
100.
Both fundamentally look good.
57.
Posing wrist positions, really. Both players, though, all importantly, no break in the wrist.
60.
The breakdown of either player's throw is a push, but from different parts of the body. For Jared Cole, it'll be from the shoulder, while to Ryan Furness, it'll be from the elbow.
100.
Correct.
You know when Ryan's throwing a good dart, you'll just see the hyperextension of his arm.
Yeah, an indication of confidence, of course. MVG
60.
closes the gap to 5-4.
$171.
Beautiful setup. Beautiful darts from Ryan Furness.
120.
Very much
When
like
you require
Dom
24.
Taylor, averaging well into the 90s, 92.1. Dom Taylor ended with 92.53. Very similar performance here
12.
in terms of
Jared
level of play.
106.
Just a wince of frustration for Furness. He had the opportunity to close the match out, but he's going to get more chances now on this double
When
six
you require 12.
to open up with a 4-1 win.
Game shot.
And that is an assured performance from Ryan Furness as he gets the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 in his opening game of the group. Doing so an average of 88, 4 out of 10 on the doubles as well. 2 ton plus checkouts. There's not much not to like really about that performance from Ryan Furness, running out a 4-1 victor against the king of the castle. We're going to take a short break because we're going to go from the king of the castle to Crocodile Dundee. Only at the darts is Paul Hogan up against Andy Jenkins. That's next.
win so far tonight for Taylor and Furness. Paul Hogan is our last player to get his Group B campaign underway in this 5-player field against the returning Andy Jenkins, who made a very solid start to his opening game of the night, but a Shanghai finish from Dom Taylor in the decider prevented Jenks from picking up the points. Jenks, of course, defeated in that opener tonight, but his overall average here around the 84 mark. There you can see his stats from each game he's played here at the Super Series, similar to what he produced actually in his game against Dom Taylor, with a checkout percentage around 34, similar to the majority of players in action this evening. Hogan, of course, the winner of the British Classic back in 2005, beating Gary Anderson in that final. More recently, we saw him reach the last 16 on the Challenge Tour on a couple of occasions last year. A player with vast experience in this game. How will he start life in Group B? Let's find out with Henry and Mace.
Cheers, Abby, and of course, Andy Jenkins victorious on the Challenge Tour in 2022. Picked up a win. It's all about how he responds, and of course, advantage with Andy having already played one game this evening. This is Paul's opening game of the night. And these two will know each other so well. Played county together for years and years and years. Would have played against each other many, many times in opens and local leagues.
Well, it's a sort of miss-mash combination you never thought you'd see, apart from when it comes to darts, Crocodile Dundee and Rocky.
That's some film.
That's not a collab. That's a collab.
I've seen it before, haven't we, in the Marvel movies and all of that. What a start. He's pretty much used the same dart since day dot, or a variation of them, that's for sure. Well, if we were worried about how Andy was going to respond to defeat in his opening game, there's your answer. Oh, just a quick update. Michael van Gerwen somehow,
85
from 5-2 down, has won Premier League Night 4 in Dublin, defeating Gezi Price 6-5 in the final after Gezi had 5 clear darts of the double in one leg to lift the 10K and the all-important points.
Speaking about equipment, Andy Jenkins, another one that hasn't really tinkered over the years. I remember he came here just before Christmas and he tried different flights of one night, and it's fair to say that they were put into the bin and was told certain things in uncertain terms where they should go.
Yeah, he's had a little tinker with point length, stem weight,
80,
flight type, but ultimately has reverted back to the old faithfuls.
140.
And the old faithfuls working very well here. 66 after 12 against the throw.
These two, it's certainly a case of better the devil they know than the devil they don't when it comes to their equipment and their setup.
66.
And will be most definitely better the devil they know, as Chris said in the introduction, in terms of playing each other. It must be, the meetings must be, if not in the hundreds, close to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Over the years. 11 and tops, possibly.
34.
Old faithful, a double 16. Jenks' chosen route. That's a 6. I can't finish now. 1, 2, 6 left. And he will be back for a very, very important early breaker throw.
Game shot of the first leg, Andy Jenkins.
180 in the leg. It is the break for Jenks. 1-0. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, at MSS Darts across all platforms on social media, Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. Some great messages in. My mate over in Spain, Yogi. He's always tuning in.
140.
Big fan of you, Henry is.
Well, someone's got to be.
Got a soft spot for H. Loves your passion.
76.
We've got to have a screamer on the team.
Not going
41.
there. Too early. Hogan looking to hit back.
And
does hit back.
180.
With a max of his own, one apiece. Have you got any questions for any of the team?
140.
Please do get in touch. Henry's keeping abreast of all the Twitter activity.
85.
Now, a lot of the players' families have been tuning. We've actually had a few messages from the players' families this week, which has been quite nice.
60. All you require 160.
Turning to Terry Wogan, though, with those kinds of shout-outs. Won't be wake up with Wogan at this time of day. It could be Ton Plus finishing with Hogan, but not on this occasion.
140. And you
Take
require
that to leave double
120.
10. Oh, it was his undoing in the last game, wasn't it? The 120. Oh, no payback.
60. All you require 20. 10.
Couldn't quite feather
And you
the
require
final
60.
dart into the green bit. 20 and tops for Jenks for 2-0.
Just has to move across because the first dart
He's
stands
on
up
the
to
second leg,
attention. But
Andy
when he
Jenkins.
does find that readjustment, he always seems to find that little pocket, even in the corner or just alongside the dart, to crash it in on
Third
that
leg
top
pole
wire.
to
And a
throw
2-0 lead it
first.
is for
Game on.
Jenkins.
Yeah, raise of the eyebrows and a shake of the head for Hogan. He's been here before.
81.
That throw literally hasn't changed for 30 odd years.
97.
For Paul Hogan. Actually, there's some lovely old stuff from the youth events back in the day with Andy Jenkins playing, and his throws
45.
pretty much identical. Be a couple of pounds lighter, a couple of inches shorter.
96.
You can get away with saying that.
135.
One of the game's great characters is Andy Jenkins.
50.
So we go to the seniors tour events, and it is like I think Dubby mentioned it when he was talking to you a little early today. It's like a naughty boys school reunion. But it is great to catch up with the likes of Mark Frost, Colin Monk, Jason Clark, Jenks, Barry
24.
Bates.
Paul require
Visits.
158.
Many, many more, of course. I'm sure I'm forgetting.
I dread to think the conversation.
140.
Make your hair curl, pal. Make your hair curl.
I ain't got much left, so we best not go there. Hogan then double
46.
to bring
Paul
this back to
require
2-1
18.
to reduce the deficit in half and to get his opening
In
leg
for
of the
the
night.
third
It means
leg,
every player now
Hogan.
has got a chalk on the board this evening in Group B.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton, of course, now involved in the
Fourth leg Andy to throw
World
first.
Seniors.
Game on.
Robert Thornton been at the events, and Colin McGarry, and
58.
a big supporter of the events, even though he didn't really need to go, was the man who got the better
100.
of Jenks at the World Seniors, Richie Howson. Mike Huntley, another player who we've seen here at the Super Series.
55.
And he is building a real solid stable of players on that seniors tour. They're only going to get bigger and better.
100.
And O'Neill Duff's declared his declaration of playing in the Open events. I think Scott Mitchell's playing
Yep.
in Blackpool, the champion of champions golden ticket
42.
qualifier in Blackpool in a couple of weeks' time.
I think
66.
we're going to see a lot of the players that have been getting invites into the events come into these events just to sharpen the tools.
100.
Perfect for us. Perfect for them. Just the perfect fit. I hope we do another one of those Legends Week, because that was a real
49.
booming success.
Yeah, it created a lot of interest. I have to say, on a personal note, thoroughly enjoyable to be part of.
5 bags weren't too bad either.
Goes without saying, doesn't it?
99.
Tony O'Shea, another one, of course, and Darren Fitton. Gary
100.
Robson,
Entered
another
the wire,
regular.
147.
Andy Jenkins couldn't quite replicate Sean Murphy.
Yeah, that
50.
was stunning,
All
wasn't it?
require
145
86.
followed by a 147. That's like backing a 10 up with a 9.
The ball.
61.
Not quite this time. So Jenkins
And
back
you
for
require
97 for 3-1.
97.
No Lebosch on the ball. Number 19 and tops for 3-1. Double 18.
57. Paul, you require 25.
You'd be disappointed there. Great opportunity. Yeah, that was a bit close to the double 9, Paul.
9 scored.
Jenkins
And
is
you
back, and he
require
would have felt if
40.
that double went in, he may have just let this game slip from his grasp, because at 2-0 up, he was in cruise control. Hogan's been allowed to just quietly sneak back into this match, but Jenkins looking to dash those
Into
hopes
the
by
fourth
pinning the
leg,
top to a
Andy
3-1 lead.
Jenkins.
May have just seen a crucial passage of play.
Well, Andy will be desperate to
Fifth leg,
qualify
Paul to throw first.
the finals night and to
Game on.
Champions Week, of course, so popular in the area and really does bring in a big crowd when he makes the Saturday nights. And you can be here as well, of course.
100.
This Saturday night, close up and personal to the action. Head over to dartshop.tv, reserve your free
59.
complimentary ticket. Don't forget, we start at 7:30 now. Time to doors open, pal.
Around about
6:30.
6:30, something like that. So
100.
I
Pop
pause
out, bit of Italian up the road and get yourself in here
Oh,
for
lovely Italian.
a night of darts.
I know Pompey are playing at home on Saturday, so
85.
there's a couple of tickets available. Not that I'm promoting other products, but you know, day at the football, maybe have a couple of drinks, Italian, darts.
Who are they playing?
They've got Cheltenham Town in League One.
45.
I'm interested to see when Chris
No wonder
Murphy...
there's a couple of tickets available.
I'm wondering when Chris Murphy's next down, because Pompey are taking on Sheffield United at Fat Park
97.
on
Ooh.
the 11th of March, so
John Rawling as well, also a Sheffield United fan.
big man of the Blades is Lord Rawling.
Yeah, he's from that part of the world originally.
80.
I do believe he went to uni there.
Oh,
that's never a bad time.
Paul, you require 96.
One apiece in the leg. Hoagie can't find the trouble, so Jenks should
70.
get a
and you
dart at
require
tops to wrap it
80.
up 4-1.
$40.
Just
Paul,
above
you
the
require
wire. So
26.
Hogan is back. Double 13 is the target of choice. And Jenkins is going to return for the match. Following that
18.
opening defeat to Dom Taylor, he's
And
going to
you
get
require
the chance,
40.
Rocky, to rectify his fortunes. Double 10. And
Big shot
Rocky
and a
comes
match, Andy
fighting back.
Jenkins.
Andy Jenkins gets the better of Paul Hogan by 4 legs to 1. After an opening match defeat to Dom Taylor in a decider, he bounces back in style with a 4-1 win against Paul Hogan. So he is now on the board, on 2 points in the group. When we return after the break, Dom Taylor and Ryan Furness are going to have an early opportunity to take charge of Group B, because the winner of that will become the first player to reach 4 points in the group. Who's going to do that? We're going to find out after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
And we've got one player through to Saturday's finals night already. Jelle Klaassen is going to be here, and you can be too. Visit dartshop.tv to book your complimentary tickets. The action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. and we would love to see you here. But right now in Group B, Dom Taylor and Ryan Furness are next to battle it out this evening. Two players to have won their opening matches. In contrast in style, it has to be said. Furness with 50% checkout success, a 12-dart leg in there as well, and took advantage of his opportunities when his opponent missed. There were plenty more ebbs and flows for Dom Taylor, who averaged 92.5 in a match where he was constantly under pressure. He came through in a decider thanks to a Shanghai finish with Andy Jenkins sat on 98 for the match. A very intriguing battle lies ahead, and to talk you through it, let's hand back to the chaps in comms.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, both myself and H are looking forward to this one immensely. This could be an absolute thriller. Both came out the blocks firing this evening. Dom Taylor with a 4-3 win with a 92.53 average, a winning or match-winning 120 finish to get it done. Ryan Furness comfortably took care of Jared Cole 4-1 with an 88.44, 40% on the doubles, and he also had a ton plus out of 116.
Well, it's the man in the flowery shirt in Ryan Furness against Monty Dom. The green-fingered tungsten tosser.
It's a blast from the past. Monty Dom. Jeez.
I don't even know if Dom Taylor probably knows who Monty Don is.
No. No.
It's bad enough I knew who he was, to be honest.
It's all that gold TV stuff.
First
you
leg,
watch,
Dom to throw first. Game on.
UK golden stuff. Well, I hope you're all sat tuned in to Sporty Stuff TV. If you're watching via our YouTube channel around the world, welcome along. Please hit that
85.
subscribe button. Give it a click. Don't forget to hit that notification bell, and we'll send you an alert whenever we go live and all the new added shoulder content.
84.
And while you're at it, give us a thumbs up. Helps with all the analytics and searching for the darts. We appreciate you tuning in. Once again, if you've got any questions for the team
60.
here, or if you've got any suggestions, at MSS Darts, all one word, Instagram, Facebook and Twitter.
We will get through the best of them as the evening goes on.
134.
If there are any good ones.
I'm sure there's a few good ones out there. We'll just waft our way through the spam.
Well, I do have
100.
Instagram. I don't really use it a lot, but when I did come off Twitter a few years ago, I actually get the odd one. Oh, I'm gutted you're not on Twitter because I used to love abusing you and things like that.
59.
Back in the day, they just used to shout at you from the side of the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. At least they weren't faceless.
Probably legless.
100.
Yeah.
Both these players had opening match success. Taylor against Jenkins by 4 legs to 3. Furness against Cole 4-1. And it is Taylor with the darts in this opening leg, who is the first to an outshot. 156. So I get a 155 to finish off proceedings on Wednesday. And treble 19, treble 16 bullseye. That was the last leg of the day against Jared Cole.
Ryan require 128.
Treble 18 will be the start here. I believe 74 can stay there. would have left double 10. Yeah, and Dom Taylor, of course, our ADC representative this week. He's open to absolutely anybody, as long as you've not got a
88.
tour card, of course.
Dummy require
The
56.
amateur dart circuit, look it up online. Loads of events where you can pay your money, enter a qualifier, and find yourself on this live lounge stage and doing what Dom Taylor is doing right now. 1-0.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first.
A man who is
Game
both
on.
winning legs and enjoying life, as he has a little bit of a thumbs up. I don't know else to Furness or the balcony. To be honest, he's that tall you couldn't tell which way he was looking.
57.
I've got to get a ladder just to shake his hand.
I said to him yesterday, I said, a bit chilly today, mate. He said, we should be all the way up here.
140.
So he comes from a very tall family. He's actually one of the shorter members of it, incredibly.
137.
His dad was an avid player back in the day. Again, from the West Country.
$60.
In that opening win against Jenkins for Dom Taylor, an average of 92.53 for 1 of 11 on the doubles. But the highlight was that
58.
120 Shanghai to finish the job off.
You're a fan of Dom Taylor and you're from the Bristol area. Don't forget the 2 venues which play a lot of the ADC events, the local
60.
ADC events, both the 2 Bar 501 venues, one in Staple Hill, one in Kingswood. You'll know that place very well, both places very well if you're from Bristol. Of course,
100.
co-owned by Mark Durbridge and Steve Brown. We're going to see Dubby back in action tomorrow morning. He had a very impressive day, didn't he? 164 was just sumptuous.
I was saying on the Sporty Stuff TV link curling one this evening that
100. Ryan,
we're
you're
probably
by
left with more questions now than when we
149.
started.
117.
Well, I have to say, I've
Your
been
wire
very impressed with Josh
141.
McCarthy, especially when you think back to his last appearance here where he had no real prep time, gone away. Obviously, worked very hard. Does run his own business as well, of course.
109.
So time is
Ryan,
of a
your
premium,
wire,
but
32.
credit to him. He's obviously been putting the work in because today he was solid.
Game shot on
Wow.
the second leg, Ryan Furness.
What a dart that was from Ryan Furness, just to find the most acute of angles and adjustments.
Third leg, Dom
Smile
to
of
throw
appreciation
first.
from Dom
Game on.
Taylor. With a name like Taylor, you've got to be good at darts, haven't you?
You've got a bit of a reputation to live up to, put it that way.
100.
Ness living up to
140.
type here. He's just been rock solid. He's been difficult to beat thus far. 88.44, 4 out of 10 on the doubles in that 4-1 victory against Jared Cole in his opening game. Here, 91.83,
100.
average 1 out of 4 on the doubles. He's making his opponents work for whatever openings they're going to get.
Well, Dom Taylor's pretty much bang on the average he produced in that
32.
full 3 win against Andy Jenkins in the opening match of the night. 92.53 in that one, 92.37 here.
$85.
Super last one. Finding a way through.
$55.
And now Taylor with a distinct advantage in this third leg. Just a little bit of a slip there from Furness, and Taylor looks to take full advantage of that. And then some.
I was going to say that
121.
the max would be perfect to leave double 18.
$23. Dummy require 95.
Going to get 6 on 95, so he doesn't have to go down for the 19. So he begins in the bullseye. And then across for the 14s.
55.
He's tops after 15 for a 2-1 lead.
60.
Ryan won't be too
Dom, you
concerned.
require
Everything just
40.
going with throw right now. I think, well, first things first is holding and then try and find that break in leg 5.
20.
However, we have seen tonight that converting doubles when your opponent's not on a finish is an easier said thing than done.
81.
I'll reference
Dom,
the
you require
Dublin Premier
20.
League for that. We'll talk a bit more about that a little bit later on as Taylor returns for double 10. And it is Taylor's den, the double 10. This time it's for Dom Taylor instead of Philip Douglas. He's 2-1.
Fourth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, back to that going price must be thinking how he hasn't
57.
won Premier League night 4 in Dublin. Had the darts, had Van Gerwen on the rack.
Yeah, would have added, of course, to winning the Premier League night in Cardiff on home soil. One thing for sure, the crowd were absolutely brilliant to everybody involved this evening.
41.
Caught a couple of the early matches. The atmosphere was absolutely bouncing.
No such thing as a bad night out in Dublin, is there?
No, an expensive night out. Doesn't Conor McGregor have a bar now?
95.
Is it in Dublin he has a bar or is it somewhere else? It looks fabulous. Watched a couple of YouTube videos where he's had a few famous people in there.
55.
Food looks outstanding. Where is that bar?
No doubt his whiskey brand will be on sale in there as well. Proper 12, isn't it?
64.
Should be have something to do with darts. Can't beat a proper 12 darter, can you?
We are here all week.
59.
It's actually called the Black Forge Inn. Not that he's listening, but if I'm ever in Dublin, Connor, I wouldn't mind a sample of your stout and Guinness and
121.
not a whiskey man, but I wouldn't mind to go on this proper 12 apple or whatever it is.
Should we try and spend some more money and see if we can get the Super Series over in Dublin for that week?
60.
No, it's me who's going to get the text
Or
messages.
maybe get Connor to come over on Champions Week and present the trophy. Probably only cost a couple of $100 grand.
That's right. You've already spent about 10 million this. You've actually spent $1 billion Hungarian lira.
60. Ryan, you require 130.
2-2.
Yeah, it's crumbling.
80. Dom,
We've
you
already
require
seen Dom Taylor take this out
120.
tonight against Andy Jenkins. Can he repeat the feat? A bit on the left to aim at. Oh, tops.
Knows how to do this, doesn't he?
100.
Did it against Andy Jenkins
Ryan, you require
to win it
50.
4-3. That was for a 3-1 lead and a break. Tops for Furness.
Game shown on the fourth leg.
No mistake.
Ryan Furness.
Everything going with throws so far, but the first real opportunity going to Dom Taylor.
Fifth leg Dom to throw first.
Will you be tuning in to
Game
the
on.
Jake Paul, Tommy Fury thing Sunday night, mate?
I'm going to be clipping my toenails.
100.
I believe there's an omnibus of Hollyoaks on. Might be. Well, it's going to be probably better fighting and probably more dramatic.
87.
That's just as real.
you keep abreast of
81.
most sporting things. Which famous fighter is in London right now and fighting in the O2 on Saturday night?
59.
Staggering that you've even got to think about it, but just goes to show when you get a promotion all wrong.
Are we talking about Chris Eubank Jr. here?
Nope.
100.
Probably, well, self-proclaimed the greatest of all time. Money himself, Floyd Mayweather, is actually fighting
58.
a reality star stroke fighter. Oh, sorry, but I don't know his name.
That famous one, then.
In the O2 on Saturday night. Someone's
80.
done their absolute conkers. Apparently only 1,700 tickets sold.
You get more your exhibitions, Chris.
Correct.
180.
If we converted it
Don't
into
require
florin.
140.
To be fair, I'll probably get a couple hundred in on that token.
Great max from Ryan. Dom needs a ton desperately.
60.
Left
Ryan, you
himself
require
plenty to do if
117.
he gets a go. A great max, leaving them. Oh, that's unlucky. No finish.
I was just about to say there's been a couple that have strayed that side, and he's just proved the point second time round.
47.
And so Dom Taylor feel this is a little
80.
bit of a let-off here. Coming back for the 80 for 3-2 lead. This, of course, with the darts. He's going to get a dart at tops, but how awkward is the light?
60.
Just underneath.
Yeah, just
Ryan, you
marginally
require
pulled.
70.
Or 10 or treble 18. Double 8 for the break.
Game shot of the
Well,
fifth
Dom
leg.
Taylor
Ryan Furness.
nodding in the background, thinking it was going in, and he called it right. In it went. 70 and 2 for a
Six leg
3-2
Ryan
lead
to
in a
throw
break.
First. Game on.
Break of throw in the match. How Dom Taylor will be ruining those opportunities in leg 4.
95.
That's the moment this game's changed.
Yep.
Because Furness can comfortably play around this level. Can probably play levels above as well, what he's playing at the minute, quite comfortably too.
100.
He's just doing what he needs to do right now.
50% on the doubles, 3 from 6. 180, couple of 140s, full ton pluses.
93.
And as always, and not for the first time, Dom Taylor, 12 scores of between a ton and 139. Only 4 for Ryan Furness. Problem for Dom Taylor, 2 from 7 on the doubles.
89.
And he had similar issues in the first game against Sandy Jenkins, 4 from 11.
$85.
By and large, it's taken him 2 visits now, roughly, to get the job done in legs, when you consider most of the time you're coming back is either 1 or 2 in hand. Hasn't really had many
85.
opportunities of 3 clear darts in his hand, has he really?
No, they've been 1s and 2s. They've been very much clutch finishes.
98.
Furness leaving himself on 130 for the match, and so Taylor's task now is to try and need something as handy as possible to apply as much pressure as possible upon Furness, who, in the furnace of the live lounge, can he back up his opening win
97.
with a second straight success?
130.
Not this time. No a chance for Dom to level things up. We know he loves a ton plus finish. He's had an
80.
array of them
Dummy
this
require
week so far.
130.
Needs the treble. But he will not get a go at the Benjamin.
44. Ryan, you require 50.
Double 16 for win number 2
shot
for
of the
Ryan
match, Ryan
Furness.
Furness.
And how good does he look? Ryan Furness, 2 games played, 2 wins for the drop of just 3 legs in the process as well. He gets the better of Dom Taylor 4-2 after beating Jared Cole 4-1. He's disposed of the 2 fancy players in the group in his opening 2 matches. And so Ryan Furness is the first player who moves on to 4 points in this Group B. And Dom Taylor, finding that opening win against Andy Jenkins, finds that sinking feeling of defeat. So we're going to take a short break, and when we return, one of Jared Cole and Paul Hogan are going to pick up their first points on the board after losing their opening games by 4 legs to 1. Who's going to pick up the points? Find out when we return after this short break.
Jared Cole against Paul Hogan up next, with both players looking for that first win of the session in our middle match of the night. Hogan, of course, defeated by Jenkins in his opener, but does have a running average from previous visits here up above 86, which isn't too shabby at all, with a checkout percentage above 35 over the course of his 157 matches played here previous to tonight getting underway. And as you could see on that graphic, he's won more than he's lost here, which is a very impressive feat indeed. As for the King of the Castle, well, he averaged just below 90 in defeat to Furness in his opener, pinning just one of his 6 attempts at the outer ring, his downfall in that one. Given what we've seen from him so far this week, though, we'd expect him to respond to that quite quickly. Can he do so in this match? Let's find out with Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Well, no movement in the markets. For the off, they went 4-6, Jared Cole, 11-10, Paul Hogan. And someone's negative O's got to go here. Henry?
Yeah, not so much the O's got to go. Someone will be hoping to get rid of the polo mint.
Yeah, neither player picking up a win in their opening sequence of matches. As Abby said, Darren Cole going down 4-1 despite averaging nearly 90 and a couple of 180s to Ryan Furness. And Paul Hogan losing by the same scoreline, 4-1 to Andy Jenkins himself. Well, both players hitting 2 180s in that match, but a bit of double trouble from both.
Yeah, both players struggling, as Chris says, on the outer ring. Jared Cole would have gained 1 out of 6. Paul Hogan 1 out of 10. Both will be looking to arrest the slide on the doubles. We saw from Paul Hogan's stat slide that when he does get opportunities at the double, he tends to take them. 35% was his ratio all time here.
Very tidy, and a running average of over 86. Again, very tidy.
41.
One thing with Hoagie, can get a little despondent. Jared's got a feed off that.
95.
I can give you one guarantee in this game. You are going to see a lot of emotion on this stage.
From both.
60.
You will not be seeing World Poker Tour Las Vegas style no-look emotions when the cards are stacked up or down.
59.
You'll know exactly what everyone's thinking at whatever point, whatever juncture.
They don't need sunglasses, they need crash helmets. And we'd still get a tell.
You say one of these is a stick.
35.
Got to run for cover, surely. And back up for 18.
39.
Well, understand why he went for the trouble. Wasn't looking at the score myself there.
45.
What did we say, Chris?
The old stop and stare.
Amazing how the dart never changes when you do that.
100.
If it did, I'd be world champion.
Only the double 18 moved when I stared at it yesterday.
140.
I wasn't going to bring it up, by the way. It's Abby who brought it up.
Treble 19 and ball. Treble 16, yeah. Rightly
55.
going for the open target.
80.
Single 20. And tops for a break.
Game shot of the first leg, Paul Hogan.
Hoagie piling on the pain for Jared Cole. A disappointing opening leg there for him.
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
Did he throw there? 20. Oh, yeah, she threw 18 darts.
60.
Didn't get a dart at a double there. It was an 18 dart break for Paul Hogan.
Once you get the chance,
82.
had a message from our refereeing friend, Marco Meyer, who's tuning in to the coverage this evening, all the way back in Holland. Did a superb job the last couple of weeks, both in the refereeing departments. He's been doing a fair bit of spotting.
So doing some commentary now, isn't he?
Trying to take my job.
Well, I couldn't do his. Couldn't do the spotting or the
45.
refereeing. My brain doesn't work fast enough.
We've got a brilliant bit of kit in the production room which the spotters use. It's one of the most advanced bits
95.
of technology you'll ever see. And it makes their life so easy. That literally means all they have to do is concentrate on the numbers and the movement.
190.
And well, it's quite easy to concentrate when players are hitting maxes, just like Jared Cole, who has stolen the march against the Hogan darts.
100.
I do believe the technology here is only shared by
153.
the production company on the Euro tours. Is that right?
State of the art.
And it is so clever, just so advanced.
137. Jared require 41.
Basically, when you think about all the stuff they have in a TV truck, it's been, well, instead of having a great big Arctic, you could now do it in a Transit. That's how advanced it is.
33. Paul require 54.
For 2-0 lead in 2 legs where
He's on the second
realistically
leg,
he's been
Paul
outscored.
Hogan.
But when he's been given chances at doubles, Paul Hogan has taken them.
Well, it was the previous visit, wasn't it? The 137 just planted the seed of doubt in the head
Third
of
leg, Jared to throw first.
Jared Cole
Come
and
on.
missing big numbers. A smile from Hoagie.
41.
At the moment, not far off that running all-time average we
140.
saw on the graphic a little earlier, averaging right now. Well, he's with that 140, he's actually
85.
averaging 90 now. He was bang on the 86.
What's the shoulder of Jared Cole from the side-on shot next time he throws? There's a real
100.
extension from the shoulder. It's just a bit more of a push. Wait, he's going to hit a 180 now, isn't he? He's going to hit a 180 now. Of course he's going to hit a 180.
180.
I'm going to shut up and go away.
What were you saying, Henry?
Oh, don't worry, Chris. There's been a couple of times where the
60.
shoulders just...
Just not that time.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, I do get what you're saying.
134.
Sometimes when he falls into the trap of forcing, you will see a lot of shoulder involved. And that's where everything's just too tight. Gets locked
100.
up.
Jared requires 61.
Much improved leg from the pair.
Too
Two.
good.
We were too good.
We say as one. Oh, I
53.
didn't hit it last time. Doesn't hit
Paul
it this
require
time.
101.
And this would really hurt. Treble 15. Yeah, that's his usual route on the 101. Tidies up,
61.
just in case.
Jared require 8.
So half the deficit.
Game shown on the third
He's
leg.
so good in that
Jared
region of the
Cole.
board. The double 18, the double 4, he's so good around there. So is Paul Hogan. It's a north-easterly battle in terms
Fourth
of
leg,
where they
Paul
prefer
to
their
throw
doubles.
first. Game on.
Paul Hogan these days based in Basingstoke, but very much a bummy boy. Supports West Bromwich Albion.
100.
Big fan of the Baggies.
How are they doing at the minute, mate?
Teetering around the mid-table portion of the championship.
58.
Adorning their famous blue and white striped colours. No doubt being watched on by Angela.
Yeah, Angela's up on the
190.
balcony as Hoagie finds his first max of the contest.
59.
I didn't know that that was what the shirt was all about.
$100.
Talking football, Liverpool, Man United turn over Barcelona.
Big result that for United.
140.
Big couple of minutes coming up here because Hogan can establish his 2-leg lead. And he's going to get 6 darts to do exactly that.
97.
Yet again, like in the previous leg, tidies up nicely. Didn't get a go last time, will this time.
96. Ball you require 24.
For 13 data, he may be turning the screw here.
12.
It's a chance,
require
but it is a sizable
148.
finish. But we have seen Cole take out some big uns this week, the most notable of which the 132, which may not be mathematically the hardest, but in terms of technical skill is most definitely up there.
44.
Yeah,
Ball you
absolutely.
require 12.
2 darts in the smallest target on the board and a double 16, and he nearly replicated it a little bit later on, didn't he? Missing the double 16 after finding the 2 balls. Bottom of the board for Paul Hogan.
9.
Yeah, at the
Jared you
side.
require 104.
Because even when he returns, there's only one way to go. That's if he returns.
Which he will.
52. Ball you require 3.
Jared goes in half. 1-1.
1.
Well, Paul Hogan just stares at the board and wonders how.
Jared you require 52.
Wonders why. He may be wondering and pondering even more if this 52 goes.
Oh, it's such a massive swing, isn't it? 3-1 and 2-2.
$20.
In and out.
Ball you require 2.
Made the readjustment, but the barrel of that first start at double 16 clattered into the second, and so Hogan presented with another opportunity
No
at the
score.
madhouse, but the opportunity comes and goes. You
Jared,
can't
you
go any
require
further when you get to
32.
the double 1.
Well, we don't play split 11s here at the Super Series.
Double 4.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Both
Jared
legs won on
Cole.
double 4. That one in 24. It wasn't pretty, but it may just have the same importance as a 12 because it gets it back level at 2-2 from 2-0 down.
leg, Jared,
Paul
to
Hogan
throw
has
first.
had his opportunities. Hasn't been able to take full advantage. And so the king of the castle gets himself back level.
Yeah, just 2 from 11.
40.
18% for Hoagie on the doubles. Jared Cole marginally better. 2 from 9, 22%. All the 2s. And it's 2-2
140.
in terms of the scoring phase for Jared. 2 tons, 2 140s, 2 180s.
140.
The Richie Benno scoring power pack. Chew, chew, chew. For chew legs.
100.
It's nearly 12 o'clock. Let us off, guys.
Yeah, we are going a bit stir crazy in here.
57.
We've been locked in this room all day.
There's a bit of Cavonia over there. I might get the shot
140.
glasses out. Maybe it was night nurse.
Last time that happened in your company, Chris, it didn't end well, the shot glasses.
For either of us. I fell asleep and you sung.
100. Ball you require 100.
You fell asleep because I sung.
Yeah.
Who's going to be on song
57.
here? Who's going to
Jared
be
require
providing the tungsten
164.
tune? We see a symphony on the 164. Not this time. And so Hogan back to reaccrue the break, to reaccrue the lead
96.
at
Ball
3-2.
you require 64.
On the 16s, he'll stay there for double.
32.
No confidence at all in the outer ring.
Jared requires 68.
He trudges back to the board. A familiar feeling. Neither look settled. It has to be said. Both players will feel whoever gets over the line has got perhaps off with one. There's Cole goes for double 16 and both
36.
players now have missed that particular target.
Ball you
It's
require
Hogan,
32.
the first to get the second bite of the cherry against the darts.
Jared, who was just a whisker away. He's edging closer.
No score.
Wow.
How has that not gone in?
That's exactly
Jared,
what
you
he'll be
require
saying to himself as he
32.
retrieves his darts. Well, you've had a stroke of luck here, Jared. Take it with both hands.
One thing being presented with opportunities, there's another thing to take
24.
them.
Paul, you require 32.
It's a darting game of pass the parcel. I'll give the chance to you, you give the chance to
on the
me.
fifth leg,
And suddenly
Paul
the
Hogan.
music stops and Paul Hogan wins the leg and he has it wrapped up in his leisure. And now he has the throw for a 4-2 win. A result which really would put the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the group. At the beginning of the night, many people fancied Taylor and Cole to be the two main protagonists. Well, at the halfway stage, if Hogan wins this leg, Cole will be none from two. And Dom Taylor would have had darts against him to have gone 0-2 himself. He got the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 3, but then lost out to Ryan Furness 4-2. And suddenly it's the man from Salisbury who is stealing the march in this Group B.
They've had
45.
30 darts at a double between them and hit 5. 25 missed darts at doubles.
100.
But amongst that, they've had 21 scores of a ton or more between them in 5 legs.
134. 100.
2 treble visit is an absolute minimum requirement here. And so Hogan
84.
is on the cusp now.
Just about seeing it out, isn't it?
87.
Not ideal, but down to a very doable 119. Going to be little
96.
to no pressure.
Paul, you require 119.
Gerald Cole doesn't look in the mood to take a 114 out. Treble 20 and tops for Hoagie.
99.
What's going to have to
Jared, you
go
require 142.
to send us a distance? Hogan is sat on double 10 and it's not going to go. And so Paul Hogan now has the opportunity at double
45.
10
Paul, you require 20.
for 4-2 win. 5s. A shake of the head, a grimace.
10.
Wow. The Hail Mary is back, a 97 to
Jared,
send
you
us to
require
the 7th.
97.
Well, it's bonus time for Jared Cole. 18 for double 12. Wow.
73.
Literally shook the wire.
Paul, you require 10.
The width of a wire is the difference between win and defeat in this game. Is that the difference between win and defeat for Jared Cole as Paul Hogan goes for double 5? And that's a miss. And so it's just going to be the solitary dart at double 2.
8.
And Cole's back again. The opportunity presents
Jared, you
itself
require
again.
24.
And he's been presented with so many opportunities. Should have or maybe could have been well beaten in this one,
Game
but
shot
he
of 6
finds
leg,
the double
Jared
12,
Cole.
multiple match darts for Paul Hogan. Jared Cole is right back in this.
7th and final leg.
And more
Jared
bad
to
news
throw first.
for Paul
Game on.
Hogan. Jared Cole has the honour.
Well, he's been presented with more gifts than a toddler on Christmas Day, has Jared Cole in this match.
57.
A spoilt one.
Well, he really could spoil the day for Paul Hogan.
60.
Hogan could end up with a lump of coal.
Yeah, he'll be going through the absolute ringer right now thinking, what on earth is going on?
190.
Clutch. The only word to describe that.
Well, Paul Hogan.
41.
Well, if this was a boxing match, I'd be waving this one off. He's out on his feet. His legs,
60.
well, literally, are almost gone. Can he produce
100.
the fight back?
because nothing has been academic in this match. Nothing has been as it seems. So Paul Hogan has to just keep himself interested here, because you never know what could crop up
58.
like that.
Yeah, a perfect example.
Now things get interesting.
140.
Very, very interesting
146.
indeed. 146, first poke for Cole.
Come out swinging.
39.
Oh dear.
Paul, you require 160.
Anything can happen, and anything is happening. And that would have been so ironic in a game that's been played by Miss Doubles, that it would have been won with a 160.
You require 107.
If Cole doesn't take out this 107, he should get 2 more for the match. That's if he doesn't take out the 107.
87.
Oh,
Paul, you require 60.
giving himself one match start. I'm sure he didn't think he would get.
Game
And he's
shot,
taken
and a match,
the opportunity.
Paul Hogan.
He gets the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 3. And the man tipped up as a favourite to win the group has lost his second game in succession as Paul Hogan gets over the line. A game decimated by Miss Doubles. 4 out of 23 for Hogan, 3 out of 16 for Cole. But it is Hogan who gets over the line in the end in a decider by 4 legs to 3. And so we've reached the halfway stage of our proceedings here this evening at the Super Series. And so we're going to take a very quick break here on Sporty Stuff TV. Upon our return, Chris Mason's going to be having a chat with Abigail Davies on the balcony. And then we're going to see Andy Jenkins in action. He takes on Ryan Furness, and that is next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Paul Hogan has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Jared Cole in that last match. Really surprising the start Jared Cole has made to this evening session. He was the favourite to top the Group B table, just not clicked for him tonight, is it?
Yeah, he's playing like he played on Monday. You know, he got better as the week went on, and we thought of big things for him tonight, but it's just not worked out for him. Never settled throughout. I mean, that was a game he ended up having a dart to win, but really should have lost fairly comfortably, full one-ish. But more importantly for Paul Hogan, it's an important 2 points on the board.
And Jared Cole's taking on Dom Taylor in his next match. How crucial is that now that he gets those 2 points on the board?
Yeah, considering this is fairly short course for us. It's only 10 matches a night, played over 2 nights, top 3 go through. You think it's a must-win game because Dom Taylor will start to stretch his legs at the top of the table as well, alongside Ryan Furness.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league standings then. And one thing about Dom Taylor that I think has been very impressive, we've not really touched upon so much this week. He's won one, lost one tonight, of course. But his mentality, of course, he was so close to getting a tour card, so close on top in the Group A table. And he just seems to have that resilience. He still enjoys himself, the way he conducts himself up on that oche. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, and he went close to coming through the Dev Tour a while ago as well. So he shows great resilience, doesn't he? He doesn't seem to get upset. Doesn't take things personally, and just gets on with the job and takes it on the chin. And I think that's a great attribute, and that's why he's right in the mix here.
And Paul Hogan, you mentioned that was such an important victory for him over Jared Cole. He did miss 19 darts at the outer ring in that one. He's got 2 games off before he's next in action. What would you be doing if you were him? Would you try and just forget about that, or would you be straight back on the practice board?
Yeah, I mean, he's the most experienced player here, isn't he? He would just sort of put it down. He'll be disappointed with his performance, but he'll be aware of how important those 2 points were, and he'll just regroup and go again. And traditionally, towards the back end of the night, Paul Hogan starts to play some of his best starts.
Andy Jenkins up next. How do you think he'd assess his 2 performances so far?
I think, again, he'll be quite happy. He'll be a little bit disappointed in one of the matches, but battle back well in the other. And he'll be happy with his 2 points, and he'll be keen to add to that and try and get one over Ryan Furness. But Ryan Furness at the moment, probably just about, for me, the best player of the night so far.
Absolutely. Right then, can he continue that in his 3rd match of this evening session? Let's hand back to Henry to get into this one.
Abby, thank you very much. So, game 6 sees Ryan Furness in action against Andy Jenkins. These two will know each other, probably played each other a lot, both from around these shores. Andy Jenkins, very much the premier Pompey player, up against Ryan Furness, the Salisbury slinger. There he is, the king of Cosham, the former World Championship semi-finalist, up against Ryan Furness, who has made a Challenge Tour semi-final in his career and has used this particular competition as a bit of a breakthrough mechanism.
First leg, Andy to throw first.
Seen him go on to Q Score and do other bits as well away from the Super Series. And here at the Super Series tonight, he is playing some stupendously
79.
good darts. 88 average to get the better of Cole, 81 to get the better of Dom Taylor. Can he make it 3 from 3? And if he does exactly that, then he has taken a real stranglehold of the group here on night 1 of Group B.
140.
That is key, isn't it? It's literally just sort of cementing your place in the group and putting yourself in a position to strike tomorrow.
99.
That's the problem Jared Cole's going to have right now, because it doesn't get any easier for Jared Cole. His next game, of course, he'll be facing Dom Taylor, and then his final game will be against Andy Jenkins.
140.
Very much, as mentioned to Abby, the players like Paul Hogan and Andy Jenkins,
65.
the elder statesmen of the group, tend to be able to manage the hockey time and tend to start to find their feet as the night goes on.
135, and you require 117.
117 for the opening leg with the throw. Tops to Jenkins.
97.
Just underneath.
Wow.
Ryan, you require 70.
Great effort. But we know how clinical he's been around these kind of numbers. 20 and tops. Went 54.88 last time, didn't he?
30.
Getting the full
And you require
repertoire
20.
from Ryan Furness. 2 10s though for Jenks to hold.
Game shot of the first leg, Andy Jenkins.
Now here's the opening leg from Andy Jenkins. There's the fist pump from Andy Jenkins just to G himself up.
Well, he'd be fully aware of how
Second leg, Ryan
key
to throw first.
a win could be
Game on.
here. Because at the moment, Ryan Furness is the unbeaten player in this group, and he's the one for me who's the most
57.
solid right now. If you can get a win over Ryan, it's almost like double points, because he's going to be taking points out of the other
99.
players in the group.
You're basically putting the ball back in your own court.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's 3 from 5 that
140.
get out of Group B.
Yeah, 10 points is the target, isn't it?
59.
10 points is your safety net. That's the number. And Furness currently
29.
on 4 points. 3 more wins and he's safe.
Ryan Furness is, and this is not a pun because he's got a golf shirt on, he is par for the course. If you get 2 wins on the
100.
opening night, you've pretty much done your night's work. Anything from there is a bonus. Then you can kick on into day number 2.
I say you're in that striking position, aren't you, on day 2?
105.
4 points in the bag. If you get to 6, wow.
140. Ryan, you require 170.
Press for Jenks in spells this evening. Got a couple of moments.
96. And you
That's
require
103.
103.
Would make things interesting.
This would be so typically Jenkins,
71.
and he's scared a ton plus finish now in 2 legs.
Ryan, you
In
require
both the legs we've seen in this
74.
match. And it was around about this range where Furness sniffing around last time. But can he convert this time?
69.
I can only think
And you
that
require 32.
must have slipped out of the hand, because that was a long, long way off. Jenks staring down, double 16, hand
Game on
pins
the
it,
second leg, Andy Jenkins.
backs up the hold with a 16-dart break, and a massive leg coming up here, because if Jenks can
Third leg,
hold,
Andy
go
to
3-0
throw
up,
first. Game on.
whatever Ryan throws it him, he'll have many opportunities to get over the line.
137.
If Jenkins wins this, the next match is huge. John Taylor against Jared Cole.
140.
That already feels like a win to stay in.
100.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, I thought we'd be saying that at the start of the night.
100. $81.
Wow, that took a horrific deflection. Skewed it all the way over into the 1. Ryan Furness showing his battling qualities here. First down to a
100.
finish. But Jenks can leave it low from here.
$81.
The snarl you
Wire
see is the
161.
picture of full concentration from Andy Jenkins as Furness stares down the 161.
They're absolutely both switched on. In the opening 2 legs, of course, Andy's missed 2 ton plus outs. Can he
97.
eventually get one?
And
Third
you require
time lucky.
102.
I don't mind him staying there. That was a fairly good guide. Trouble 19's the shot.
82.
Pressuring the
Ryan, you
64.
require 64.
It's going to be the solitary dart in his hand.
32.
That's another slip. It's the second one
And
we've
you
seen in
require
consecutive
20.
legs.
Andy just making sure. Resets himself.
And that's
Leading
why.
from the third leg, Andy Jenkins.
Well, this is rock solid stuff, and Ryan is getting opportunities as well. Say opportunities.
Fourth leg Ryan to throw first.
He's now
Game on.
had 4 darts at a double, and it's just been the odd one here and there, hasn't it? Jenks is averaging over 92.
100.
And the beauty of being 3-0 up, as I mentioned a little earlier, if he got to that point, he can weather a bit of a
60.
barrage from Furness.
On top of that, flying first, he's going to get a couple of opportunities on throw if the worst does come to the worst.
60.
Yeah, he knows he has the throw in legs 5 and 7. Nice little insurance policy, that. He'd love to get it done
131.
in double quick time, of course, for the leg difference. He will trade places with Furness at the top of the table if he wins this one big.
And how many times, particularly in Group B, have we seen, especially the last spot, go down to legs difference?
Oh, yes.
85. Ryan, you require 138.
Well, we've seen someone famously do this to win a match. Can someone famously do this to save the match?
78.
Well, I don't know where on earth that was
Well,
headed.
it was double 19 for tops. I'm lost for words.
55.
Well,
Ryan, you require 60.
A little bit of luck for Andy there. Misses the 25, but finds the 15.
No score.
And he
That's
may come back and pay
Not
the
the
price.
first time we've seen
And you
that.
require
No.
170.
Is he going to pay the ultimate price? He may well do, you know. He may well do. The ball for the fish, for the match. Furness couldn't look.
145.
His head was in his hands.
Ryan, you require 60.
Wowzers. How close was that? Well, he's been so aware of not busting.
Game shot on the fourth
He's hit
leg,
tops, but he's
Ryan
also
Furness.
hit 10s. And a match start at the ball on the big fish. He grazed the ball wire.
Fifth leg,
And it
Andy
is
to
Furness
throw
that
first.
holds.
Game on.
But this is the insurance policy we were talking about. This is one of 2 cracks if he so requires on the throw for Andy
81.
Jenkins to go and get this game done. No matter what happens, Ryan Furness cannot throw for the match.
140.
But that's a good attack against the darts to start.
How about this for a reply?
140. $81.
Levels your devils, 280 apiece. Jenks putting a big hole in it.
140.
In half.
And Furness, you feel, has to follow in suit.
Jenks here. Well, he'd love the
60.
140,
And
but
he'll
he'll
fire
take a ton and come back
140.
with 3 at tops to wrap it up. 4-1. Has to be careful. Go 17s.
80.
Wow, that's a class start. They're the 17s to leave the favourable 2-darter, which would have been a ton had he not found a treble.
40. And he requires 60.
Should be all over.
The vocal cords of the fat lady begin to sing.
Game shot on
And
the
now
match,
they will
Andy
sing the
Jenkins.
Tuxton tune as Andy Jenkins gets the better of Ryan Furness by 4 legs to 1. And so now we begin to see a split with the top 2 at the top of the group. Andy Jenkins in an impressive affair, an average of 95.38, 4 out of 8 on the doubles. Impressive finishing from Rocky there to get the better of Ryan Furness, who himself averaged 87.5, 1 out of 5 on the doubles. Well, the big games begin from here and now, because after the break, Dom Taylor is in action against Jared Cole. A win for Dom will put him on to 4 points. If Jared Cole wins it, we may begin to see that chasm between the top 2 and the rest of the field. Join us for that after this short break.
Right then, this next match is a huge one for Jared Cole, who of course came into Group B as the favourite to go on and top the league. He certainly had his chances against Paul Hogan, quite a frustrated figure as he just struggled to make things happen at the back end of legs, missing 13 at the outer ring. And you feel that with fewer games to play in B, he needs to get off the mark here. How will he cope with that pressure against Dom Taylor, who he's of course faced 3 times already this week? The head-to-head is 2-1 in favour of Taylor, who completed a 4-2 win with a whopping 1-5-5 out yesterday to go unbeaten on the final day of Group A action. To guide you through this crunch clash then, let's hand you back to Mason Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, this game has huge connotations. It's a big game for both right now. You'd have to think if Jared Cole doesn't win here, he's going to leave himself a little bit too much to do. We'll have one more to play. That is against a rampant Andy Jenkins, who will have absolutely no sympathy. Just have to say a quick happy birthday to Daniel Pellegrina. Happy 30th, pal. A huge fan of the MODUS Super Series. I'm actually going to his wedding this year. Try not to ruin that in typical Mason emphatic style.
Just go steady, Mace.
Yeah, I'll have to.
I mean, I can't talk, but
I think I'm actually banned from drinking in the afternoon anyway, so I should be okay. I think I'm allowed my first drink at 10 at night.
First leg, Dom.
I was going to say 10 in the morning would be late for you.
Game on.
I'd miss the wedding.
Whereas you go beyond the midnight hour, usually you like your TV viewing to be a little bit more leisurely, a little bit more relaxed. I think that's what we're going to get from this pair. 2 very relaxed characters on and off the hockey. I wonder whether that relaxation will actually be a help for Jared.
Well, he looked a little distraught after that 4-3 defeat to Paul Hogan. Only averaged 77, but hit 3 180s, but missed 13 darts for the double, and eventually carved out
140
dart, a double to win the match in the end. He was far from happy, and
60.
like we've seen so often, if you don't settle early, you can get swallowed up real quick.
Group B is ruthless.
Oh, yes.
The more and more I see this man, Dom Taylor, the more I'm looking at someone who really could potentially go on and win the week. He's putting in the performances.
97.
He's putting in the numbers. He's shown the consistency that on oh so many occasions has been enough to pick up the £5,000 check.
140.
And he's showing resilience and resistance. Just a huge fan of his mentality.
100.
Tries every dart.
There's no waning or anything. And to see the types of him, Owen Bates, coming into this
95.
format and coming
Dom
through.
104.
The feeder systems are a success. The ADC system is a success. And this is proving to be a battle-hardened training ground for players.
Well, a long time part of that dev tour as well, wasn't he? So he is a product of the many systems.
92. Jared require 151.
He's come through his trials and tribulations as well. Dips in form. Ooh, tops.
131.
Well, that would have come from
Dom
absolutely
require
nowhere.
12.
That would have been the lightening up of the blue touch paper. Ain't no doubt about that. And he's not going to get another opportunity. You shouldn't expect opportunities when Dom Taylor is around by and large.
Second leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
And already, this is a big leg. If he gets broken here, Jared Cole, he goes 2-0 down in a race to 4 in a game which he can really ill afford to lose, because you're then going into a game against Andy Jenkins where you'd have to pick the 2 points up. There's no ifs, buts, and maybes about it.
Yeah, and Andy Jenkins is very adept at picking up on any sign of distress and weakness.
$80.
Dom Taylor, who is showing that maybe the circus is not a second career choice of those juggling skills.
$130.
Certainly not clowning around, though, when it comes to the dartboard.
No, absolutely not. He just continues to
134.
be super solid. A little dip here and there, but it's the way he responds to those dips that have impressed me. Could go 18s here.
98.
Does.
It is almost a shrug of the shoulders. So what? It's been, it's gone, it's happened. It's an event that's in the past.
120.
That's unlucky. Because that maximum would have
require 130.
put him in more than pole position in this leg. Taylor 130. This is not out of his range whatsoever, the way he's been finishing tonight. That's plumb for another treble, let alone a go at the bull. It is the bull.
Oh, Butterfingers. It just shows you how light he is on the grip. That it's just dropped out the back of the hand. Regroups. Can he slam it in the middle?
105. Jared, you require 107.
Well, 2 legs. Jared Cole's been restricted to opportunities above the tump. He came close last time. Is he going to convert the 107?
87.
And twice he's had darts at tops on the back of big tump plus combinations.
25.
It was the 151 in the first leg. And so Taylor returns for this 25. 1 double 12 for a 2-0 lead. A breaker throw. Double 6. This is what he won the first leg on. But he's not going to win the second on that combination, at least at this opportunity. If at all, not at all, because Cole makes no mistake. And level at 1 apiece we are.
Well, the bookies have responded to the
done,
play and performances from both. Prior to the off, it was 10 to 11 Taylor, 4 to 5 Jared Cole, so very much a pick-em. Prior to this game, literally starting, Dom Taylor 8 to 11.
60.
Jared Cole drifted to even money.
Did mention there's a caveat to it, because Jared's one of those players that if he does drift out, there can be a performance from somewhere. There's probably a group of 5 or 6 players who play in this competition where if they drift out cautiously.
Well, Jared Cole have burnt their fingers many a time.
59.
Just when you think he's on the ropes, all of a sudden he will put a streak together, similar to what we're seeing here.
In fairness, I have told you, if you put your hands on Cole, you will get burnt.
Yeah.
Never learnt from Guy Fawkes Knight, did you? Well, the difference from game 2 to 3 is night and day. Have a look at the averages.
140.
It's a different player, isn't it?
It's almost like he's packed the whole of Group A into 3 matches.
60.
He would have thought, what if on the first 2 games, like he did the first 2 days, and now on game 3, he's playing like he did on day 3, which was like a dream.
Only beaten on day 3, of course, by this man here.
94.
155 was a moment to marvel over.
$50. Dummy require 148.
He's just got scrappy towards the back end of this leg. Ooh, he's going to stay there, he is. For double 14.
134.
That's the first time we've seen a real audible yelp from Dom Taylor.
It was one of absolute frustration because it was such a well-thrown dart.
39.
That gets another go.
Dummy require 14.
Maybe it's Dom's turn to pick his pocket. Has to go high. The danger of the double 7. And then just takes his eye off the ball there.
Jared, you require 41.
First time we've seen a real slip from Dom Taylor. And
Game
Cole's
shot
going to
of third
punish.
leg,
Cole's going to break.
Jericho.
Cole's going to lead 2-1. And we're going to note that third leg down in a ballpoint pen.
Fourth leg, Jared to throw.
There's a
first.
significant one potentially.
Big markers. Big highlighter. This is the 148 by the
96.
thickness of a wire for a 2-1 lead, and then it's another bite of the cherry and fluffs his lines.
Probably the first time at a crucial moment this week we've just seen Dom Taylor perhaps
36.
unravel a little bit.
That is spilled over into the start of leg 4.
140.
And now we're seeing the full use of the M word, that is momentum. It's the incline-decline theorem in full swing here. A couple of minutes ago, you would have fancied Dom Taylor for the job. Now you would swing the pendulum the other way round.
Again, here's another one of these shots that mystify
98.
me. Going on the 19s, looking to leave the 170 with 5 19s. Dom Taylor had 4 darts in his hand. He couldn't leave a finish. 4-2-4.
That really is beginning to frustrate Dom Taylor because he knows the significance of this match. Jared Cole gets 2 points here.
Jared,
You've got 3 players all tied on 2 points going into our next encounter. Going to get 6 from here at a minimum. It probably will be more than 6.
97.
If he needs it, of course.
Yep, probably got 9.
$60. Jared, you require 70.
Pick the route. He's got time to do it.
38.
And at least in those situations, if you're going to miss on that side of the wire, because otherwise we've seen before, well, we saw in that Hogan game against Cole earlier, how things can quickly unravel following one missed double on the inside wire.
100. Jared, you require 32.
Taylor back on the Benno. Jared Cole ball one into the middle of the stumps, into the middle of the bed.
16.
Not this time, but fortunately, we'll be back. Quack for Dom Taylor. And he'll be going quackers if he continues
98.
to play like this.
Jared, you require 16.
Jared Cole's got to play like a serene
Range on the
swan.
fourth leg,
Try and look as if he's
Jericho.
just paddling along the lake, whilst the underbelly, the legs will be going 2 to the dozen.
Fifth leg, Dom to throw
He's
first.
fully aware
Game
of
on.
how big this is. He will actually, with a 4-1 win, swap places with Dom Taylor on leg difference.
100.
And that is how quickly this format changes, because Dante got the better of Andy Jenkins 4-3, and we thought, okay, he's in play here. Loses to Ryan
100.
Furness. No shame in doing that. He's played well this evening, but suddenly here, everything changes. And we talk so much about mentality. Both players will be on the same number of points, but mentally going into that final game, both players will be feeling completely different.
100.
And both players' final games are completely different. Jared Cole takes on Andy Jenkins. He can affect what Jenkins does in terms of the point scenario, whereas Hogan and Taylor feel like they're playing in a
135.
scrap, which will probably be, in that point, scrapping around for that third place position.
And it's a change of mentality in how you approach those final games. How do you approach it on a good win and not necessarily a
59.
surprise win, but the manner in which Jared could win here will give him bags of confidence going into the Andy Jenkins game.
140.
And Jenkins sort of had that break between matches.
Remember, last time out, Andy Jenkins was outstanding against Ryan Furness, winning 4-1 with a 95-38 average.
134.
And 50% on the doubles.
126.
To finish with a ton topper. The ball for the match.
96.
Not this tight. Will he
Daniel
get another
O'Quire,
go?
108.
With Taylor poised on 108. It's a Hail Mary shot for the tower. It's going to be one solitary dart at double 16,
92.
and he pulls it inside. And so Cole
Jared
returns,
O'Quire,
leaving a double
30.
after 12 against the throw for the match. For his first win in this group, he goes straight for the double 15, and that just flicks the wire. And so has to move across, readjust. And if he finds it from here, when he's found a gap, which it didn't look as if existed.
15.
So much so, he had to move all the way over and obscure the
Daniel
camera
O'Quire,
angle.
16.
Nearly in the comms box.
Oh, no one wants that.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Dom Taylor.
Dom Taylor pegs one back and just again trying to plant a bit of doubt in the mind of
Six leg
Jared
Jared
Cole.
to throw
Jared's
first.
had
Game
4
on.
darts for the match, 1 at ball, 3 at double 15.
And this is the leg he throws first in.
140.
Dom Taylor be thinking in the back of his mind, if he can take this all the way, he has the darts. But Cole has kicked off 140. He has forced Dom Taylor's hand in this particular leg.
All about containment, isn't it?
140.
That's just keeping the pressure on Cole. He's the one without a win tonight.
This is coming up to the boil quite nicely.
140.
You sure we can't play 2 clear legs? Well, mind you, it wouldn't matter if Jared won this leg, but...
Do you not like sleep, pal?
I mean, we're not getting any
Although you
anyway.
have had a massive coffee, haven't you? So
59.
you're probably caffeined up.
Caffeine is my life these days. Don't tell Abby about the coffee, will you, please?
81.
Well, Jared would be full of beans if he can claim victory here. And he is
92.
going to get 6 darts on
Jared O'Quire,
140. He had the
140.
opportunity in the last leg to get it done, but he missed those darts at the ball and then subsequently double 15.
It's a super second dart. That could have got really messy.
85.
Well, he did the hard work. And Dom Taylor may just sense the door being ajar. Wow.
Well, he'll sense the vulnerability there of Jared Cole. He's just not been able to force a
50.
mistake out of him.
Jared O'Quire, 55.
F160, that's still a huge ask. Tops for Jared. 1 left.
35.
Nothing
Dummy
is coming
O'Quire,
easy for Jared Cole
160.
tonight.
This would be like being hit with a Mike Tyson right hook if that 160 went in. But this double 10 now is going to have to
140.
go for his first win of
Jared
the
O'Quire,
night.
20.
To keep himself well in the race for qualification. This double 10 and now double 5 is going to prove vital. And the double 5 doesn't
No
go in.
score.
And so Taylor returns. An opportunity he
O'Quire,
probably didn't think was
20.
going to present itself has now come knocking at his door.
Yeah, I'm sure the darts were being laid down, thinking
Game
it's
on
all
the sixth
over,
leg,
and it's
Dom
far from
Taylor.
over. Acknowledges the opportunity that he didn't think he would get. Steps in, 16 dart
Seventh
break
and
a
final
throw,
leg, Dom
has the
to throw
advantage
first. Game
in
on.
the decider. This is huge.
He has now missed 7 darts for the match, Jared Cole. Is that going to come back and bite him? Because Dom Taylor's got off to a
135.
really good start in this decider.
Another example of that mentality. Strays into the treble 5, but
100.
recovers so strongly. Both players averaging 88. Been a fascinating tie. Still no closer to knowing. Well, maybe we are now. Who's going to win it? What a time to find your first max in the match. Did have a 177 a little
95.
earlier from Jared, of course.
And this is what I mean about Dom Taylor doing the right things at the right time. The old Michael Van Gerwen rhetoric.
60.
Biggest leg of his night so far. And he's left himself on 126 after 9 with the throw. He knew the situation. If it went to leg 7, he'd have the dart.
139.
That's a good riposte to leave himself on 167. But it is Taylor with first pop.
To join Andy Jenkins and Ryan Furness on 4 points. There's the treble. There's the single. Finish it on the button.
101.
Second time he scared it in this game.
167.
Well, this is going to have to go. And this would be some way to do it. But it's not going to happen. And so Taylor returns to 25.
127. Dummy require 25.
We've seen him convert this combination tonight. And it's going to be double 8. His double a choice.
Game shot and the match.
And that
Dom Taylor.
is key for Dom Taylor. It moves him on to 4 points. It means there's a three-way tie at the top on 4 points. As for Jared Cole, well, if he's going to have any chance of qualifying for Saturday night's final, he has to beat Andy Jenkins in the final game of the evening session. Those are the stats in the end. 89 plays 90, but it's the doubles checkout. 4 from 13, 3 from 19. That's ultimately where this game has been won and lost in the end. Dom Taylor, 4-3 win for him. And so we take a short break, and when we return, we're going to see Ryan Furness in action. He takes on Paul Hogan, and that one is coming up after this short break.
Ryan Furness and Paul Hogan up next for you tonight. Furness defeated for the first time tonight in his last match. He didn't do a great deal wrong. He was just beaten by a superior performance from Rocky. As for Hogan, despite picking up the points in his last match, there won't have been too many positives for him to take from the overall performance, especially on the double. Some real outer ring sting saw him miss 19 darts to close out legs, but he still got over the line against a below par Jared Cole. Will that affect him in this one, or can he put in a more clinical showing to join his opponent on 4 points in the league table? To talk you through all of the action, here's Mace and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And this game is a very interesting one. The final 3 games of a Thursday night tend to be here at the Super Series because Ryan Furness was the man at the top of the table at the halfway stage of matches and won each of his opening 2. Now, he's involved in his final game of the night here against Paul Hogan. Wins this, he moves on to 6 points in a great position overnight. A real strong suit to get himself into Saturday night final. But if Paul Hogan wins here, we will then have 4 out of the 5 players log-jammed onto 4 points. Furness will then not be able to affect the table anymore, having completed his 4 rounds of matches. With then see Jared Cole against Andy Jenkins. Then that, if Cole beat Jenkins, we'd have that game between Hogan and Taylor for top spot overnight.
There's some permutations
80.
you just reeled off there, pal. What I'm more surprised about, all the off tonight, they went 5 to 6 each of 2, and they've stuck to their guns. Where
60.
for me, Ryan Furness has been way better form so far tonight than Paul Hogan.
$140.
Time will tell, I suppose.
He's in this mood. He just looks so likely, doesn't he, Ryan Furness?
100.
I suppose he's another one of those players. We spoke about it a little bit, didn't we, about Josh McCarthy this morning. Where's the next step for him in his career?
125.
Ryan Furness works for the family building business.
100.
So I suppose he's
Right
in a position where
156.
it's quite fortunate that I'm sure when he needs time off, he can have it. But spending all day on a building site, the last thing you really want to do when you get home at night is spend 3 or 4 hours on the board. So he may be one that blossoms a little later.
Bit like that shirt.
60.
Nothing
Ryan,
wrong
you
with the
require
shirt, pal.
96.
Nothing wrong at all. I've got a couple worse than that, don't worry. I might bring one of them in at some point this week.
56.
Do need the car cleaning, so that will be dead handy.
I need to stop stealing my mum's curtains.
Need to stop wearing them.
140. Ryan, you require
Do you have a
40.
nice little Claudio Lugeley number?
Yeah, can't beat those, mate. Stops for Ryan. Wedging closer.
20. Paul, you require 41.
It'd be a break of throw. It'll probably feel like a steal for Paul Hogan because Ryan Furness has really dominated the opening throws, but Hogan just has been keeping tabs, hasn't he?
Well, they both had a little bit of
Ryan,
double
you
trouble,
require
haven't they?
20.
Throughout the night for Hoagie, but in the latter stages for Ryan Furness.
Game
Puts
the
that
first
right,
leg, Ryan Furness.
right to the wrongs. Holds throw.
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on. 76. $100.
59 now, Paul Hogan. Doesn't look bad, I have to say. Still a very,
100.
very capable player. See more and more of him, I'm sure, on the Seniors Tour as well.
140.
He does manage to qualify for one of those TV major events. He's going to cause trouble.
83.
He's having a couple little troubles at the minute, but a good recovery there with the last dart. So Furness 261. And he's putting a huge hole in it. Stick a 140 in it.
Yeah, starting to dominate proceedings and the exchanges. Although that's a beautiful reply.
140. Ryan, you require 121.
Right, attack that.
Ball you require
Trying to go for the
102.
treble. Well, it looked as if he was attacking it and not going for the bullseye option. He slipped into the treble A as a consequence. And he's going to get a chop opportunity back at double 16. This will be for 13 dart break and throw.
32.
And to double his advantage.
And get a very early break.
Game
Pins it
second
in
leg,
one,
Ryan
bang in the
Furness.
middle. Beautiful leg from Ryan Furness. 33 darts used to win the opening two legs, and something
Third
to
leg,
really
Ryan
build
to
on
throw
from here.
first. Game on.
And he's kicking on.
177.
It's a beauty.
Average 98.25 after 2 and a bit legs.
60.
6 on the doubles. This has been a good performance from Ryan Furness. This has been a standout performance in the context of this group. And we might see more standout moments if he could have followed up from that 4th perfect triple 20.
140.
Received an email regarding the women's series this weekend. Over 140 women entered. I do believe it's a record, isn't it? A record entries.
84.
Going to be close, isn't it?
Great to see.
Yeah, good luck to our very own
100.
Maureen Hammond,
Ryan, you
who
require 100.
will be in action.
She's now going to realise the pressure. Now she's been in the commentary box and now she's going to play.
60.
Chris Murphy will be a part of the team.
And our other colleague, Chris Murphy, will be part of the commentary team.
140. Ryan, you
It's his
require
little baby
40.
now, that women's series, isn't it? Loves it.
Game on the third leg, Ryan Furness.
Back to back. 13 darters for Ryan Furness, really going through the gears, making this final match of the night for himself, averaging 98.
Game on.
Importantly, if he can get this done in this leg, he'd have a legs difference overnight of +6. It wouldn't just be the points on the board where he'd be looking
140.
rather handily placed. It'd also be in that legs difference category, which, as we've mentioned throughout the evening, and we will mention once again, can prove so vital in the latter ends of this group in particular. Ryan Furness will know, because in terms of Group B darts, these are probably two of the most experienced campaigners when it comes to that.
55.
A 4-0 defeat for Hogan would be devastating, because he would go to -6.
85. 92.
A 2 trouble visit here would pile on the pressure. Exactly what he's got.
140.
Maintaining the average in the high 90s right now.
132.
Super visit from Hogan. You're going to miss. Oh, I was going to say, if you're going to miss there.
134. Ball you require 82.
Did he think he was going to get a second's breathing space?
13 and ball. 60, 3 remaining.
57.
Lucky.
Ryan, you require 61.
First start was a hindrance rather than a help, and so Ryan Furness to end the night with a 4-0 success.
Game
Double
shot and the
18.
match, Ryan
What a
Furness.
performance. A pair of 13 darters, a 14 darter to finish. Ryan Furness take a bow as an average, a ton on the nose. A 4-0 win. Done in the space of 60 darts. He gets the better of Paul Hogan to zip with 50% on the doubles. Ton average. That was superb from Ryan Furness. Textbook darts from the man from Wiltshire. And he moves on to 6 points overnight. Andy Jenkins can join him on that mark if he can get the better of Jared Cole. It's both players' final game of the evening. So do join us for it after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Visit dartshop.tv to book your tickets for Saturday's finals night. They are completely free and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. Still 2 more matches to bring you tonight in Group B. Jared Cole and Andy Jenkins, our penultimate match of the session. Doubles the issue for Cole all evening. He's got himself into really decent positions in legs and in matches, but he's not been able to convert them, while Rocky, in contrast, has been incredibly consistent in that department over the course of his 3 games so far. Most clinical in his victory over Furness last time out, with 4 out of 8 on the doubles. Of their 2 meetings of note at the Challenge Tour in 2018 and when they were drawn to face each other at Q School in 2022, it was the King of the Castle who came out on top, but tonight it's certainly been Jenks who's been the more consistent performer. He's produced the highest average of the session so far. It was in excess of 95 with a really controlled display against Furness. What can he do here? Let's find out and rejoin the chaps in comms.
Thank you very much, Abby. And if Andy Jenkins gets a victory here, it'd be a case of Rocky KOing the King of the Castle, you'd sense, in terms of progression through this group. However, for Jared Cole, now the shackles are off. He has to play with a bit of freedom and relax.
But will Jenks let him relax? That's the key. He has the throw, which is a big advantage, which he must utilise.
If Andy Jenkins goes on to win this match, he moves on to 6 points. Are we then looking for a jostle down the bottom? If Dom Taylor wins as well, Jenkins and Taylor wins the last 2 matches, we could already be set fair at the end of night 1.
Game on.
Well, that's the thing. A win here for Jenks, and he will join Ryan Furness on 6. And then if Dom Taylor
95.
beats Paul Hogan in our final match of the session, there will be a big gap between those 3
55.
and the bottom 2. It'll be a gap of 4 points to Hogan, a gap of 6 to this man.
140.
Who has 5 games left in the group, realistically probably has to win 4 of them.
Yeah, and even then,
97.
may not be enough.
$58.
Star performer of the night so far to be Ryan Furness, closely followed by this man. 2 highest average of the sessions, 100.20 in that 60 dart display. A 4-0 whitewash of Hogan by Ryan Furness. And that 95.38 by Andy Jenkins against Ryan Furness.
That previous performance from Furness was darts to the highest level. That win you any game in any room. Double 4. That's been the double that's come to save him tonight. That double 4. That 68 combinations one. He's been quite versatile. I'll get my teeth in at some point.
Do you want to have another go at that, mate?
Worst bit is I've only been on the coffee.
81.
What's in that coffee? Is it any brandy in there?
Well, I did say double shot, but
58.
oh, if it was brandy, I think I'd be tucked up in bed by now.
140.
His turn to find the big red bits.
44. 95.
One thing we know for sure, if Jenks does progress out of this
59.
Group B, it'll be lively in here Saturday night. If you want to join us, doors open around 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30. Tickets
32.
are completely free via dartshop.tv. You've got to reserve your ticket.
And if Andy Jenkins is here, he will bring half the population of Portsmouth alongside.
153.
Standing room only.
May not even get that.
Trouble
99.
Would have left double 8. He'll be back for 54 for a level game.
Andy Jenkins qualifies. I might have company up on the balcony.
85.
They'll be shoehorning them in.
54.
Tops of a level game. 10s.
34.
Wire bender.
Garage require 155.
Yes. Ooh.
94. Andy required 20. Game shot on the second leg, Andy Jenkins.
Makes a readjustment well. Two well-thrown darts at the double 10. Neither went in, but went up for 5s and came up trumps. And so, level we are at 1 apiece.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
What's the little badge on the
60.
collar of Andy Jenkins' shirt? Is that
That is,
Pompey?
yeah, it's the old Pompey badge. That was actually the badge that Pompey wore. Got to be careful not to say "we" live on air. Well, I just have, but skip along. It's actually the badge that Pompey wore.
100.
This is going brilliantly, isn't it? It was the badge that Pompey wore the year they played in the UEFA Cup. Played AC Milan at Fathom Park, went 2-0 up against the mighty AC Milan, and then squandered that lead to draw 2-2, thanks to one of the most incredible free kicks you'll ever see by Ronaldinho, which I might show you on YouTube once this particular match has been completed. That was some night. Honestly, you'll never know an atmosphere like it inside an English football ground. It was jumping.
What was it, a replay or?
It was a group stage in the old UEFA Cup.
Oh, right.
AC Milan won the Champions League about 18 months prior. That's a Champions League type visit from Andy Jenkins, and that could be the KO blow for Rocky to Jared Cole.
58.
Because this would be for the break. He's going to get 6 for the break.
$41.
Would have liked to have left it a little bit more handy than the 120.
Yeah, that's for sure.
100.
Yeah,
And you
still
require
has 6 at 120.
120.
I'd love to get rid of it now. That's awkward.
100.
Oh, great last start.
Well, it's going to have to be 140. Jenkins is going to return for double 10. We saw him miss out outside, inside last leg, and then convert the double 5. What's going to be the fortune this time round? Well, it's going to be first time of asking. Of course it is.
Back-to-back legs for Andy Jenkins. In control now. 2-1 up. Halfway there.
Fourth leg, Andy to throw first.
His final match of the evening. And we've got one more to bring you. Paul Hogan up against Dom Taylor.
I'll say if Andy wins this, we might hear cries of "I'm back."
Oh, he's got 1 foot. Being back in a
100.
Saturday night's finals night, that's for sure, if he can get the win here. He will move on to 6 points and almost 1 or just 2 wins away from
84.
guaranteeing his spot.
$100.
Needs a 2-trouble visit to wrestle the darts back.
140.
Just like that.
He's just got the answers to all the questions, hasn't he, at the minute?
100.
And the frustration is just beginning to pour out of Jared Cole.
59.
As does Jenkins there, thinking he should have left a more makeable finish than the 160 from that particular juncture on 219.
96. And you require 160.
Yeah, the easier finish of the 2, definitely the 105. But Jenks wants tops for a beauty.
120.
Another one of those
Jared, you require 105.
wire benders.
And from 1-0 down, Jenkins now 3 darts at
and
top to a
you require
3-1
40.
lead. Putting one leg away from 6 points.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Andy Jenkins.
It's just solid. Absolutely solid.
Yeah, and any mistake that is made by
Fifth
Jared
leg,
Cole
Jared
is
to throw first. Game
ultimately
on.
being punished.
135. $98. $85.
Jared Cole's kind of had the week like a Vauxhall
77.
Vectra, hasn't he? Where it's just been so stop-start. He won 3 out of 5 on Monday, despite not playing his best. Then he was suffering
100.
with a cold and flu on Tuesday. Struggled there. Played well on Wednesday. And we were expecting him to make a kick in this group, and it's kind of regressed the other way.
36.
Yeah, I was discussing that with Abby. He's just, like you say, he's sort of gone back to just struggling a bit, and this group is so unforgiving, but that is a beautiful setup. Treble 15 to leave double 8 after 12. And once you sort of get
40. Jared
disjointed away from the group, the pressure just mounts and it builds, and
Game
it's
shot on the
very
fifth
hard
leg,
to
Jared
get back in the
Cole.
mix, but that's a beautiful leg. It's a 14 darter.
Sixth leg, Andy to
Jared.
throw first. Game on.
But the work starts here.
Andy Jenkins would have known all along this was his leg.
41.
But that is an opening. That is an ajarring of the door.
Yeah, it's a real gift
97.
for Jared Cole, and eventually finds a big trouble. And he's beginning to feel it a little bit.
85.
Enough.
$119.
Super cover shooting. He's going to have to do similar.
58.
Now the break chance is on.
For sure. And taken.
140.
Lost the timing a little bit here.
29. Jared, you require 145.
6 against the darts to win leg 6 and to send us the distance.
58.
Would have expected more.
Minimum of a max. That's not going to happen.
100. Jared, you require 87.
And for once, there's a little bit of a luxury of time. 5 darts should he
Game
want
shot on
it,
the
only
sixth
needs the
leg,
one.
Jared Cole.
Back-
And well,
Back to back, 14 darts there, Henry, to take us to a decider. Remember, Andy Jenkins looked home and nose, cruising
Seventh and final
at
leg, Jared to
3-1.
throw first. Game on.
Now Andy is right up against it.
100.
you said he was up against it.
130.
Back him into a corner and he'll come back out swinging. Oh, this is coming to the boil. This is coming to the boil.
190.
Well, he's not going to have to just swing his hands. He's going to have to kick his feet
85.
because he's in a world of trouble here. 58 behind plus these.
64.
Six darts then
44.
for the match, for a
Jared
win.
require 157.
3 times tonight he's gone to a last leg decider. The previous 2 times he's come out the wrong side.
82.
Could that be a crucial slip, though? Okay, Jenkins is back on 2-3-5, but you've already seen tonight nervy match endings. And we've seen big visits to pull that pressure on!
Jared requires
Jared
75.
may only end up with 1 dart at the double. Gets the 18. Can he find the tops?
55.
Not for the first time tonight. It's
And you
low.
require 55.
He's had darts to win 3 matches tonight now.
And Jenkins complete 2-3-5 in 2 visits.
This would feel like a haymaker blow.
Big shot. And the match.
And Rocky
Andy Jenkins.
KOs the king of the castle. Andy Jenkins is a 4-3 victor. And he is the man at the top of the table overnight in Group B. With an 84.43 average. Look at the disparity in terms of the averages. 93 compared to 84. 4 out of 8 on the doubles for Andy Jenkins. He was the one who raced into a 3-1 lead. Cole came back into proceedings, but Jenkins found a clutch maximum right at the very end. And that is what saw him a 4-3 victor in that one. And so, one final game in this evening session, and it is a crucial one. Paul Hogan against Dom Taylor. Hogan wins this. We're going to have 2 players on 4 points overnight, 2 players on 6 points, and it'll make a very interesting Friday in Group B. Join us for that next.
Paul Hogan and Dom Taylor rounding off our night's action. Then Taylor, just as we were talking about his demeanour and mentality up on stage, started getting a little annoyed with his level last time out, but crucially still came through in a decider to get himself onto 4 points. Henry mentioned earlier on this evening that Hogan often has a knack for getting through to the UK Open. Well, his one notable meeting with Dom Taylor was in that event last year. Hogan, the 6-4 winner on that occasion, but you'd have to say that the Tower will fancy his chances of levelling up that head-to-head here tonight. So can Hogan improve his doubling to end the night on 4 points, or will Taylor start to pull away from his opponent and Cole in the league standings and move on to 6? For the last time tonight, here's Henry and Mace to guide you through the action.
Thank you, Abby. Oh, just catching on breath from that last one. We were just looking at the stats in there. The final 5 legs of the match was a 16 in leg 3 from Jenks with a 180, a 16 in leg 4, and then the response from Jared, back-to-back 14s, both players hitting a max in the 7th and deciding leg, and Jenks completing 2, 3, 5 in 5, a 180, followed by a 55 in 2, with a 3rd consecutive 14 darter of the match. What can Dom Taylor do in his deciding game? Jared Cole is unfortunately pointless right now. Foot of the table.
First leg, Paul to
A
throw
maximum of
first.
8 points
Game on.
available for him tomorrow, but the permutations would have to go his way, wouldn't they?
He'd have to go and find a genie in a bottle, and even then he'd probably have to find another genie in the bottle, and then he might have to
140.
go and find Aladdin, rub a magic lamp, and hope that there's 4 wishes, not just 3. And even then I might say a little prayer after. But we were
60.
actually talking, weren't we, in the little commercial break we just had. Losing averages of 93, 90, 89. Scrap that game against
60.
Hogan because that was a little bit of a slugfest from both parts. We're saying that's entering Lauby territory.
Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly what we said. Almost at the same time. He's just had little to no luck this evening.
66.
He's had match darts in all the matches that he's lost 4-3, hasn't he?
A little bit of bad luck and maybe a little bit of
41.
timing here and there. That's
Yeah.
probably the 2 ingredients. On another day, he could be on 6 points and he could be top of the table. That's the Super Series in a nutshell if you tuned in for the first time.
Well, Dom Taylor, even with a 4-0 win here, wouldn't go top of the table.
100.
It certainly makes things interesting here. If Hogan can pick up a win, he would join Dom Taylor on 4 points. And be all
95.
to play for both tomorrow. The 2 most impressive players tonight are the 2 that are out in front right now. Andy Jenkins and Ryan Furness, both on 6 points, both on +6 in terms of leg
100.
difference.
And if Dom Taylor wins this, I think the top 3's done after the first day's play.
60.
Remember, the fixtures are verse, so Dom Taylor, if he won both of those matches, would be on 8 points, and he would virtually be there.
Yeah.
And then Cole would take on Jenkins again. Then Furness would take on
60.
Hogan.
Paul, you require
Then Free got on 8
105.
points quite quickly. Well, that's all that she would have wrote.
Yep.
This was a group we thought that was probably going to go down to the very last dart
53.
tomorrow night.
Tommy, you require
And
115.
one currently occupying bottom spot was the one player that we both fancied to progress. Well, 15 and ball. He wants the ball. Bit of Joe Cullen, this, isn't it?
Game shot in the first leg, Dom Taylor.
Well, if you wonder why we wax lyrically about this young man, there's an example why.
Second leg,
What
Dom
a
to throw
beautiful
first.
finish.
Game on.
Remember Steve Beaton doing that in the Worlds the year he won it? And I recall Joe Cullen doing it. I think it was against Gary Anderson the year he won the Masters.
100.
There's not much that leaves myself and Chris Mason speechless at the same time, but that was one of those very rare occasions.
Beautiful.
100.
Pretty to watch. I think the reason he's gone that way, if he's hit the 25, he can aim at the ball for tops. So if it's a good marker, you can just try and follow it in. And then you have the option of throwing a
123.
half-hearted dart at the treble 15 for double 10.
100.
Of course, you'll go thinking of shots in that ilk. The one that always comes to mind was that one in the match play by Rod Arrington against Baxter. Treble 15 tops for a
94.
125.
Won't be long till that summer vacation up to Blackpool.
60.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Up there. Working for a Talk Sport. As will Nico and Murph and Abby, of course. You'll be holding the fort down here, pal. You'll be running upstairs to do
168.
the presenting and then dashing down to do the comms.
No, we'll get Richard North to play that week. You can do the comms job for us.
60.
I was seeing the
Dummy
full
requires
repertoire
16.
from Dom Taylor. A beautiful 168 to set up this double 8. Just on the inside wire. Do you want to get involved?
12.
And now it starts to get a little bit smelly when it didn't have to be with Hogan not on a finish on 181.
97. Dummy require 4.
Suddenly it becomes a little bit of a greasy kebab. He doesn't want to go down there, but he's going to have to do the job.
We're at the right kind of time, 20 past 1 in the morning.
Game shot on the second leg, Dom
Again,
Taylor.
great bottle from Dom Taylor. He gave it a little bit of a smile and just
Third leg Paul
dinked it
to
in.
throw first. Game on.
Crocodile Dundee, Rocky and Robin Hood, all in the same building.
80.
To be fair, some people probably are thinking and dreaming that at 20 past 1 in the morning.
It's actually a phrase that's derived from archery
140.
and in the area of Nottingham when a arrow was split by the next one.
140.
Still waiting for Jordan Brooks to have one, because at least then the sheriff can have a Robin Hood. And no, he didn't shoot the
100.
deputy either.
A
60.
two-trouble visit here, and it's a huge advantage for Dom Taylor. Paul Hogan staring down the barrel of a double break of throw.
140.
Just cruise control for Dom Taylor, 92, but
100.
he's averaging
Dummy
92
require
in such a vein that it
121.
doesn't feel like a 92.
And that's with 5 darts, missed it a double in 2 legs. We are good on the bull, he is. Misses the 57,
57.
misses the 60 for
Dummy require
24. He's left himself work to
121.
do. Like a pound for every time Paul Hogan's done this in the last 35 odd years.
97. Dummy
Like a
requires
Hungarian
64.
Frank, whoever it is. Another. Double 16.
48.
The biggest shock was he missed.
Paul, you require 24.
So to reduce the deficit,
Game shot on the
It's
third
2-1.
leg, Paul Hogan.
there it is for Paul Hogan. Slashes it in half, makes it 2-1, but it is Taylor with the darts in the fourth.
Fourth leg, Dom to throw first. Game on. $55.
Double session day tomorrow at the Super Series, Group C
140.
and B coming to a conclusion. Me and Chris will be back for the red-eye morning shift at 9:30 tomorrow.
If only we could just turn up
100.
at 9:30. Fortunately, lots of number crunching to do before we go on air tomorrow.
Someone would like to send us a full
81.
English fry-up before the session. We would be very thankful of it, and we will send you, I don't know, some personalised card or dartboard or something.
$60.
Hoagie has stolen the darts here in leg 4.
$84. $93.
Oh, you will be making the trip back to Basingstoke after this is done. That'll be a good hour up the M3.
Yep.
60.
Not a bad run at this time of night, though.
Just don't get caught by the cameras.
Do Tiverton in 2.5 hours at this time
58.
of night.
Paul, you require
Almost legally.
136.
Don't do what Owen Binks did and get a letter through the post. Oh, he's got that through the posts.
120.
Well, we'll see the ball
Dummy
used
require
here again for
135.
Dom Taylor. Ball, treble 15 tops, 25-60 ball. There's the 25. There's the 60. And he slide it down the side.
Game shot on the
But you
fourth
better
leg,
believe he
Dom
can.
Taylor.
His second ball finish and acknowledged by Paul Hogan. He's probably
Fifth leg
thinking,
ball to
what have
throw
I got to
first.
do here? What's going on?
Game on.
Beautiful 115 in leg 1, ball 15 ball, and then just there, the 135, 25,
100.
60 ball. Just when it was looking like he was going to get broke back.
$100.
Sandwich that treble 20 in the middle of the first two darts.
I think being 6'7" is where that advantage comes in. He'd be looking down into the target
60.
area. Almost just dropping the dart into the target.
Just dawned on me I'm presenting on
81.
Saturday night, and the way he's playing, there's a high chance Dom Taylor might actually win. The InVision interview could be an interesting affair.
Yeah, they'll have to shoot it from the back of the
100.
back of the hall, just to get you both in shot.
Go from the International Space Station.
Oh, finishing's been on another planet here.
140.
He may well be on the cusp. A 4-1 win. It would mean 3 players would be tied on 6 points at the end of the first day's play.
41.
And is that the visit? That could be the straw that breaks the back of Paul Hogan. Because here comes Taylor. charging and rearing and roaring away.
100.
Tunnel do. 80 after 12.
$100. Dummy require 80.
And so for the match, for a 4-1 victory to seal the deal tonight. He finished his first game by completing the ladder on the 120, but he
60.
cannot reach the heights again.
Poly require 100. $40.
So Hogan can't
Dummy
convert the
require
ton.
20.
Can Taylor do the double 10? To move on to 6 points. To move into a privileged position in Group B.
Game shot.
And it will
and the
be
match,
for Dom Taylor as he gets the better of Paul Hogan by 4-1 in our final game of the evening session here in Group B at the MODUS Super Series. He gets the better of Paul Hogan by 4-1 with an average of 86.83, 2 ton plus checkout to his name, the highlight being the 135. And so Dom Taylor gets the better of Paul Hogan by 4-1. That rounds off our evening session here at the MODUS Super Series. So just one final order of business for us to do, and that's to head up to the balcony where Chris Mason has joined Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Another impressive evening from Dom Taylor there. What aspect of his game are you most impressed with?
I just think when there's a negative, how he turns it into a positive, and he just doesn't dwell on anything that goes wrong. He just resets and goes again. He is rock solid.
Right then, at the halfway stage, let's have a little look at the league standings, and we can see it has, of course, been a very disappointing evening for Jared Cole. I think you guys in comms mentioned it, Danny Lauby syndrome in there, but Andy Jenkins, Ryan Furness and Dom Taylor all on 6 points. Do you see anyone being able to challenge those and get into those spots?
Yeah, mathematically possible, but all three at the top of the table produce some memorable moments. That 60-dart four-leg spell from Ryan Furness, which was the 100-point tour, and Andy Jenkins in that match, he looked dead and buried in it and then produced a 5-dart 235 to turn it around and pick up the 2 points that sees him top of the table. And Dom Taylor just doesn't look like he's going to lose too many matches. Mathematically, Paul Hogan still well in with the shout. You would think he would have to go 4 from 4 tomorrow, but it's tough to see how Jared Cole gets back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Jenkins finishing in particular incredibly strong over the course of the night's action. We're going to go and get a couple of hours, Kip, and we'll see you back here for the conclusion of Group C from 9:30 tomorrow morning.